My name is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawiye, and I'm the author of the Gateway to Arabic series. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Marhaban. Welcome to my channel. This class is for those who have gained competence in reading and writing the Arabic script. If you wish to learn how to write and read Arabic easily and very quickly, I'll advise you to watch one of my other videos entitled Arabic from the Beginning Part 1. However, this series is going to be based on one of my publications, the Gateway to Arabic Book 3. Please buy a copy of this book from our website www.gatewaytoarabic.com, and that will be appreciated. Without any further ado, let's start with our first lesson. But let me just say from the outset that the Arabic taught in this class is the modern standard Arabic, which is understood across the Arab world. So let's open our book 3, page 2, please. So page 2, we have Faisal, who is introducing his friend using what we call detached pronouns. And that is to say, in Arabic, الضمائر المنفصلة الضمائر المنفصلة, detached pronouns. Let's first of all look at the detached pronouns before we come back to this page 2. All right, I have put for you here detached personal pronouns, الضمائر المنفصلة. Now, the first two lines is the third person. The second two lines is the second person. And the last line is for first person. In case you are wondering, what's the third person? What's second person? What's the first person? In grammar, when we say first person, meaning the speaker. When we say second person, it means the person that I'm talking to. So, for instance, I'm the first person because I'm the speaker. You are one person, you are the second person, whether you, one or two or three, you are the second person. And if I'm talking to you about other people, those other people, we call them in grammar third person. Right, let's start with the third person. So we have the detached pronoun huwa. Huwa is for singular masculine, للمذكر المفرد, and it means he or it if you are referring to non-human object, inanimate and so on. That's a singular. Here, and that is she or it if you are referring to feminine object. So huwa is for singular masculine, and here is for feminine singular. So singular in Arabic is called al-mufrad. Al-mudhakkar meaning masculine, al-mu'annath means feminine. Let's now go to the duo. Duo means two people because plural in Arabic starts from 3, not from 2, unlike as we know in English and many other languages as well. So duo meaning two, you're referring to two. In English you say they. Here means they, meaning two of them. So you say huma, huma, and it's the same whether if you are referring to two ladies or two men, two boys, two girls, you will say huma, they. And when you move to plural, which means 3 or more, if you say they, meaning men or boys, you will say hum, they are. If you mean 3 or more girls or 3 or more ladies, you will say hunna, they. So This one is called in Arabic للغائب. للغائب المذكر المفرد. للغائب الضمائر للغائب المؤنث المفرد. Here duo in Arabic is called مثنى. المثنى. And plural is called جمع. So للمذكر and الجمع للمؤنث. Now let's move swiftly to second person. You, masculine singular, you will say أنت. And you, feminine singular, you will say أنتِ. In Arabic, it's called للمخاطب, the person that you are speaking to. للمخاطب مذكر أنت. للمخاطب مؤنث أنتِ. أنتما also للمخاطب, meaning two of you, that's a مثنى. أنتما, أنتما also it's gender neutral. So you say you, meaning two of you men or two of you female. Antum, if you are speaking to group of boys or group of men, all of you, meaning three of you or more men, boys, I will say antum, you are or you. And if you are speaking to a group of female, you, all of you feminine or female, all of you girls, I will say antunna. Now let's move now to the first person as a speaker, mufrad, singular. I will say ana. A girl, a woman also will say ana, I or I am. Speaker in Arabic is gender neutral. So ana, nahnu, we or we are, whether two of us or millions of us, we say nahnu. So in the first person we have only two, one for the singular, ana, and nahnu, both for duo as well as for plural. So ana, nahnu, nahnu. Now let's have a look at the detached pronouns with agreement of adjectives, like nationalities for instance. Let's start with the third person, للغائب. هو مصري. He is an Egyptian. هي مصرية. She is Egyptian. Now let's move on now to the duo, meaning two of them. We're using huma for two men and huma for two women. So huma مصريان. They are two Egyptian men. هما مصريتان. They are two Egyptian women. Now in the plural, which is a three or more, we say hum for men, three or more men. We say hum مصريون. Hum مصريون. They are Egyptian men, meaning three or more. هن مصريات. They are three or more Egyptian women. Now let's move to the second person, للمخاطب. أنت مصري. I say you are an Egyptian. أنت مصرية. You are talking to you and you are a female. أنت مصرية. أنتما, both of you, مصريان. If you are a man, I say both of you are Egyptian. And أنتما مصريتان. If I'm speaking to both of you and you are female, you're women, أنتما مصريتان. Then we have plural, أنتم مصريون. أنتم مصريون. You are Egyptian men. أنتن مصريات. You are an Egyptian women. Now, first person, المتكلم. أنا مصري. I am Egyptian. أنا مصري. أنا مصرية. If a lady speaking, you say أنا, I am مصرية. I am Egyptian. If two of us or more of us speaking, we say nahnu. Two of us, we say nahnu misriyani. That's we are two Egyptian men. Nahnu misriyatani. We are two Egyptian women. Plural. Nahnu misriyuna. The same nahnu misriyuna. We are Egyptian men, three or more. And nahnu misriyatun. We are Egyptian women, meaning three or more. Now, this gives you a complete picture of how you can start using the detached pronoun, which is الضمائر المنفصلة. Now, let's relate these to our book. Book 3, page 2. Let's go to page 2. Now, on page 2, you will see Faisal in the middle introducing his friends using the detached pronoun, using ضمائر رفع منفصلة, using those one. Let's start with the Faisal in the middle. Right. Those of you who have completed book 2, you'll find this page very easy for you. You'll be able to follow it. Let's read it. Right. Again, I'll read this more slowly than usual for pronunciation. Now, Faisal say, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. Ismi Faisal. My name is Faisal. Ana min Makkah. I am from Mecca. وأنا سعودي. I am Saudi. وهؤلاء أصدقائي. And these are my friends. So that's the first thing that Faisal said. Now let's look at the box number 2. What's happening there? So on box number 2, that's top right. هذا طارق. This is Tariq. Tariq is a male name. وهذه أسماء. And this is Asma. Asma is a female name. وخديجة. Khadija is also a female name. So we have 3 people, 2 girls and 1 boy. And how do we address them? We use hum, which is for plural of male. Hum Misriyun. Hum Somaliyun. They are Somalians. Min Maqdishu. From Maqdishu. Number 3, هذا حبيب. This is Habib. هو بريطاني. He is British. Min London. From London. So we say هو because we are referring to singular male. هذا, that's number 4. هذا حسين. This is Hussein. Hussein is a male name. وخالد. Khalid also is a male name. وقاسم and Qasim. Qasim is also a male name. Because 3 of them, we refer to them to say they are, we're using hum. Hum Maliziyun. They are Malaysians. Min Kuala Lumpur. From Kuala Lumpur. Number 5. هذه عزيزة. Aziza is a female name. وصالحة and Salihah. Salihah also is a female name. Huma, because there are 2 of them, we say they are, using Huma. Huma Nigeriyatani. They are both Nigerians. Min Abuja. From the capital city of Nigeria, Abuja. Number 6, هذا أكرم. Akram is a male name. وهذه حنان. And this is Hanan. Hanan is female name. There are 2 of them. We say Huma. Huma. And we use Philistiniani. They are Palestinians. Min al-Quds. From al-Quds. Number 7. هذه نسرين. Nisreen is a female name. Here, because it's only singular, we say here. She is Pakistaniya. She is Pakistani. Min Karachi, from Karachi. Number 8, هذه سارة. Sarah's a female name. وهدى. Huda's a female name. ونادية. Nadia's a female name. Because there are 3 of them, they're all women. We say hunna. Hunna Misriyatun. They are Egyptians women. Min al-Qahira, from Cairo. Number 9, هذا باسم وبسام. Basim is a male name. Bassam is a male name. Because there are 2 of them, we say Huma. Huma, they are Suriyan. They are Syrians. Min Dimashq, from Damascus. So this is the reading for you on page 2. I will give you a little bit of idea how to use your detached pronoun, or as we say in Arabic, الضمائر المنفصلة. Now on page 3, this box is a vocabulary box. You will see the spelling of all these names mentioned here, how to spell them, how to write them in Arabic, together with a couple of other new words, vocabulary. Please learn those for me. And this is a table for you of the detached or personal pronouns, الضمائر المنفصلة. Now, let's start with a little bit commitment so that we can derive maximum benefit from this class. So, first thing you need to do for me is please learn this and memorize your detached pronoun. Anytime you see any new words in the vocabulary list, please go ahead. As I always say, please, you need to organize yourself, make flashcards with your vocabulary, write Arabic one side, English the other side, maybe 3 or 4 new words per day. You get there. Together, inshallah, we will speak the Arabic language. Inshallah. Well done. مع السلامة. مع السلامة means goodbye. إلى اللقاء means until we meet again. في أمان الله. Go in the protection and with the security of your Lord. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Now, if you have any question, please write it below and I'll do my best to respond to your question. And please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. This lesson is going to be based on page 4. So let's open our book, book 3, page 4. And on top of the page, we have a vocabulary list, and underneath we have a mini dialogue. So let's deal with the vocabulary first. And so we have the singular nouns as well as plural nouns, and it is very advisable when you are learning your vocabulary, always learn your singular together with its plural. So let's start. A name, singular, names, plural. Ismun, asma'un. Ismun, asma'un. A boy, singular, boys, plural. Waladun, أولاد. Waladun, that's a mufrad. Mufrad means singular. Awladun, plural. That's jama, boys. A girl, that's a mufrad, singular. Girls, jama, plural. Bentun, banatun. Bentun, banatun. A bike, bikes, mufrad and jama, singular and plural. Darajatun, that's a singular, mufrad. Darajatun, and that is plural, jama, bikes. An armchair or sofa, armchairs, sofas. Arikatun, that's a singular, mufrad. Araiku, plural, jama. A friend, a male friend, singular. A sadiqun, mufrad. Male friends, plural, jama. Asdiqa'u. Sadiqatun, that's a female friend, a friend, female. Friends, female friends, that's a plural. Sadiqatun, that's a singular, female friend. Sadiqatun, female friends. Now we have a sister. Ukhtun, I'll put that one here for you. Ukhtun, a sister. Plural, sisters. Akhawatun, akhawatun. Then we have a school, madrasatun, and plural, schools, madarisu. A quick reading again for you for the purpose of pronunciation. Ismun, asma'un, waladun, awladun, bintun, banatun, darajatun, darajatun, arikatun, araiku, sadiqun, asdiqa'u, sadiqatun, sadiqatun, ukhtun, akhawatun, madrasatun, madarisu. It is essential that we start, as usual, learning our vocabulary as we go along. Please revise this vocabulary for me, and it's on page 4. Now, having gone through the vocabulary box on page 4, now let's do the mini dialogue below the box. And it is dialogue between Basim, who is a boy, and Habib, also is a boy. Let's go through the dialogue. So Basim said, "Peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you." What a wonderful greeting in Arabic. What a wonderful greeting. Now, when you are saying Assalamu alaikum, first of all, let's hear this shadda. The shadda is emphasis. You say assalamu alaikum. Again, the ayn, we need to hear the sound of ayn. Assalamu alaikum, and the response is wa alaikumus salam. Wa alaikumus salam. And upon you be peace. Now, Basim then say, "I am Basim. Ana Basim." Ana, it is detached pronoun. Ana for one person, regardless whether the speaker is a boy or a girl. You say Ana, and that is Domair. Domair, we learn our detached pronouns of Domairul Munfasila on page 3. So Ana, I am Basim. I am Basim. وهذا Bassam, and this is Bassam. هذا, it is demonstrative pronoun ismul ishara to point to a singular male, a single male, masculine singular. وهذا بسام. For a female you say وهذه, as we will explain further later on. مرحبا, welcome or hello. مرحبا, or you can say أهلا وسهلا as well. The response مرحبا بك. مرحبا بك, welcome to you as well. Then Habib said, where are you from? Where, أين is where in Arabic. Min is from. Min أين أنتما. أنتما, that's another detached pronoun for second person. Two people, you say أنتما, mean both of you. أنتما. من أين أنتما? Where are you from? So أين is one of your interrogative particle. اسم istifham, to ask question. Where? من أين أنتما? Where are you from? Where are you both from? We are from Syria. نحن, that is another detached pronoun for two people speaking. I say we are. It could be two or millions. We say نحن. And also نحن has no gender. Two female and plus and two male plus will say نحن, we are. نحن من سوريا. Where نحن من سوريا. Where we are from Syria. ومن أين أنت? And where are you from? أنت is directed at singular male. Female will be أنت. ومن أين أنت? And where are you from? أنا من London. I am from London. أنا من London. I'm from London. Basim, pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. Pleased to meet you. But the actual meaning of فرصة سعيدة is this. فرصة means an opportunity. سعيدة means happy. So as if you were saying, what a happy occasion to have met you. فرصة سعيدة. So we use that to roughly mean pleased to meet you. فرصة سعيدة. Pleased to meet you. Later on you are going to learn more phrases such as تشرفنا. All that, those phrases are coming later on. مع السلامة. Goodbye. مع السلامة. Again, that's your عين. مع السلامة. Goodbye. But the actual meaning of مع السلامة is this. مع means with. سلامة means peace. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. See you later, equivalent. See you later. But the real meaning of إلى اللقاء is إلى, until, لقاء, meeting. Until we, as if you are saying, until we meet again. إلى اللقاء. So when you hear me say مع السلامة, that means goodbye. إلى اللقاء, until we meet again. في أمان الله. Go with the protection, or in the protection of God. So that's what those phrases means really. Now, please do learn this for me. That's its first mini dialogue, which you can practice with those people who can speak Arabic, or talk to yourself on your telephone. Why not? Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. أنا باسم وهذا بسام. مرحبا مرحبا بك. من أين أنت؟ من أين أنتما؟ نحن من لندن. أنا من لندن. فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. This lesson will be based on page 5 and we have 4 short dialogues here. Let's analyze them. Dialogue 1 is between Tahir, is a boy, and Saeed, also is a boy. Let's have a look at it. Right, so we have Tahir said, "Who is that boy on the bike? Who is that boy on the bike?" Man is who. Man ذلك. ذلك is that. That's your demonstrative pronoun for masculine singular. Man ذلك الولد. الولد is the boy. من ذلك الولد على. على is on. دراجة is the bike. من ذلك الولد على الدراجة. Who is that boy on the bike? Saeed answered, "He's my friend Nabil. He's my friend Nabil." Nabil also is a boy's name. هو, he is. صديقي, that's a male friend, my male friend Nabil. هو صديقي نبيل. Tahir asks another question. Where is he from? Where is he from? من أين هو? من أين هو? Now, if we are speaking about a girl, we will say من أين هي, as we will discover later on. So من ذلك الولد على الدراجة. Who is that boy on the bike? هو صديقي نبيل. هو صديقي نبيل. He is my friend Nabil. من أين هو? Where is he from? He is from Lebanon. هو, he is. من, from Lebanon, from Lebanon. That's your dialogue 1. Dialogue 2 is between Tahir and Saeed again. Who are those boys? Now we are using plural. Man remains the same, whether you are using it to ask about 1 or 2 or 3 or more. The interrogative particle, which is your ismul istifham, remains the same. Man. Man ulaika. Now, ulaika here, this is your ismul ishara, which is your demonstrative pronoun, plural. Ulaika mean those, and ulaika, as mentioned before, used only to point to those if they are human plural. من أولئك الأولاد? Who are those boys? أولاد, we learn the vocabulary. ولد is a boy. أولاد is plural, jama, boys. Who are those boys? من أولئك الأولاد? The answer, Saeed said, they are my friends. They are my friends at the school. Hum, that's your detached pronoun for plural, 3 or more, human. Hum, and is masculine. Hum, we have huwa, he is. We have huma. If there are 2 of them, you say those, but duo. And then hum, if we are talking about 3 or more male. Hum, they are. أصدقائي, they are my friends. Here we say صديقي, that's a singular, my one male friend. Here, that's a plural of صديق, أصدقاء. we say أصدقائي, my friends, referring to male. في المدرسة, at the school. هم أصدقائي في المدرسة. Next question. Are they Syrian? Are they Syrian? هل هم سوريون? Are they Syrians? هل هم سوريون? The answer, no. They are Iraqi. لا. No. هم, they are, referring to masculine plural. They are Iraqiyun. They are Iraqis. Another question. Are they from Baghdad? Are they from Baghdad? هل هم من بغداد؟ هل هم من بغداد? Are they from Baghdad? The answer is no. No, لا. They are from Basra. هم من البصرة. Let's go through it again. So what I want you to be paying attention to is singular. When we change into plural, see what are the other things that are changing accordingly. How we're using male or masculine, and then how we're using feminine. So, man dhalika, once we say dhalika, you are pointing to something which is masculine singular. Man dhalika al-waladu ala daraja. Who is that boy on the bike? Huwa, that means he is sadiqi, that's a singular. My friend, sadiqi, my friend Nabil, that's his name. Min aina huwa, where is he from? Min aina huwa. Huwa min Lebanon, he is from Lebanon. Man ulaika, man stays the same, even though here we are referring to plural. Who are those? Who are those boys? Awlad. Walad is one boy, and awlad, that's plural, boys. Who are those boys? Hum, they are. Here we say he is. Huwa. Here, hum, they are. Asdiqai, my friends. Here we say sadiqi, my friend, singular. Hum asdiqai fil madrasa, at the school. هل هم سوريون? Are they Syrians? لا. No. هم عراقيون. They are Iraqis. هل هم من بغداد? Are they from Baghdad? لا. No. هم من البصرة. They are from Basra. Now, dialogue 3. Dialogue 3 is between Rabab. It's between Rabab and Huda. Both are girls. So Rabab said, who is that girl? Who is that girl? Man. The same thing as we used before. When we say, who is that boy? We say, man. تلك البنت. Before we say ذلك, we use the demonstrative pronoun masculine. We say man ذلك الولد. Who is that boy? Here we're saying man تلك البنت. Who is that girl? And the answer, she is Hanan. Here Hanan. Here Hanan. Before we said huwa, when we refer to a boy, we say huwa. But here we say here, she is Hanan. Here, Hanan. Next question. Is she your sister? هل هي أختك? هل هي, is she? Before we said هل هو, is he. Here is she. هل هي. هل هي أختك? Is she your sister? The answer, yes. Na'am. We learn no, which is la. Here, na'am. Yes. Here, ukhti. Na'am. She is my sister. Now, let's look at the dialogue 4. Who are those girls? Man أولئك. When we asked before the previous dialogue, dialogue 2, we say, who are those boys? We use أولئك as well. We use man and أولئك. Man أولئك الأولاد. Here also we use man and أولئك because أولئك is for both male and female human being, plural. من أولئك البنات? Who are those girls? They are my friends at the school. Now, when we say they are my friends at school, referring to boys earlier on in dialogue 2, we said hum, but here we say hunna. They are, as opposed to whom when referring to group of boys. Hum asdiqai, they are my friends, but here we say hunna sadiqati, they are my friends. So sadiqati is a plural of sadiqatun. Hunna sadiqati fil madrasati, at the school. Are they Egyptian? هل هن مصريات؟ هل هن مصريات؟ Are they Egyptians? The answer, yes. نعم هن مصريات. هن مصريات. Yes, they are Egyptians. Are they from Cairo? هل هن من القاهرة؟ هل هن من القاهرة? Are they from Cairo? نعم. We say, if we say yes, we say نعم. If we say no, we say لا. The answer here is no. لا. They are from Alexandria. هن من الإسكندرية. They are from Alexandria. هن من الإسكندرية. So now you have all the 4 short dialogues on page 5 read and analyzed for you. Let's just quickly read it now. So open your page 5 and follow me while reading the dialogue 1, 2, 3, and 4 directly from the book. Right, let's put the specs on. Dialogue 1 is between Tahir and Saeed. من ذلك الولد على الدراجة? Who is that boy on the bike? من ذلك الولد على الدراجة؟ هو صديقي. هو صديقي. He is my friend. من أين هو? Where is he from? هو من لبنان. He is from Lebanon. Dialogue 2, directly underneath dialogue 1, dialogue 2. من أولئك الأولاد? Who are those boys? هم أصدقائي في المدرسة. They are my friends at the school. هل هم سوريون? Are they Syrians? No, they are Iraqi. لا, هم عراقيون. هل هم من بغداد? Are they from Baghdad? لا, no, هم من البصرة. They are from Basra. Dialogue 3. من تلك البنت? من تلك البنت? Who is that girl? من تلك البنت? هي حنان. She is حنان. هل هي أختك? Is she your sister? نعم. Yes, هي أختي الكبيرة. She is my big sister. Or she is my big sister. هي أختي الكبيرة. Dialogue 4 between Rabab and Huda. من أولئك البنات? Who are those girls? هن صديقاتي في المدرسة. They are my friends at the school. هل هن مصريات? Are they Egyptians? نعم. Yes. هن مصريات. They are Egyptians. هل هن من القاهرة؟ هل هن من القاهرة؟ Are they from Cairo? لا. No. هن they are من الإسكندرية. They are from Alexandria. Now that we have gone through these dialogues on page 5, please take time to read it by yourself and pay attention to all the grammar points that I have highlighted for you. If you have any question at all, please let me know by leaving the notes or question below. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thanks you very much. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. أهلا وسهلا بكم. مرحبا. Today's lesson is going to be based on page 6. And on page 6 we have 2 dialogues and another mini dialogues on page 7. Let's deal with the first dialogue, which is on the right hand column of page 6. And it's between Bashir and Mazin. So Mazin and Bashir. Let's analyze that. So Mazin and Bashir. Mazin said, "Good morning, Sabahul Khair." Sabah, that's the morning. Khair means goodness. Good morning. Sabahul Noon. Response, good morning. Now, Noor means light. Sabahul Khair, Sabahul Noor. How are you? كيف الحال? كيف is how. Al-hal literally mean condition. كيف الحال, but we translate that as how are you? كيف الحال, how are you? بخير, and that's a neutral response. Neutral, بخير, good. Alhamdulillah, praise be to God. So if you use بخير, that's a neutral. A girl and a boy can use بخير. There's no gender involved. But if you use something like طيب, طيب, a boy will say طيب, and a girl will say طيبة, which means also fine. Then, what's your name? What is your name? Masmuka. Ma is what? Ismu is a name, and then ki at the end, or ka, is attached pronoun. That's the person we are speaking to. Masmuka, what's your name? If we're speaking to a girl, we say Masmuki, what's your name? My name is Bashir. Ismi Bashir. Now, a speaker in Arabic is gender neutral. A boy will say Ismi, my name is. A girl also will say Ismi, my name is. In this case, the boy speaking, and he said Ismi Bashir, my name is Bashir. وهؤلاء, and these are. Now, هؤلاء, which is the ismul ishara, meaning demonstrative pronoun, and is plural, and is specifically used only for human, regardless of the gender. Human, 3 or more. هؤلاء, these are. وهؤلاء أصدقائي, and these are my friends. The أصدقاء, that's the plural of male friends. صديق, a friend. أصدقاء, friends, as we learned in when I was analyzing the vocabulary for you earlier on. من أين أنتم? Where are you from? من أين? من is from. أين is where. That's one of the interrogative particle. اسمul istifham. The things you use to ask question. Where? من أين أنتم? Where are you from? This أنتم, you are or you, so that's a plural, 3 or more male. That's it. You say that to men, 3 or more, or boys, 3 or more. من أين أنتم? We're going to contrast that when we are doing the second part of the dialogue on page 6, when it will be conversation between two girls. من أين أنتم? نحن من Nigeria. We are from Nigeria. Now, نحن, that means we are, and that is for a speaker, 2 or more. نحن, we are, and also is a gender neutral. نحن, we are من Nigeria. We are from Nigeria. أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome to you. أهلا وسهلا بكم. Now, kum ending here, which is the attached pronoun, meaning we're speaking to 3 or more men or boys. أهلا وسهلا بكم. When we speak to plural girls or women, we say bikunna. So bikum becomes bikunna. أهلا وسهلا بكم. أنا سعيد بلقائكم. I am delighted, or I'm pleased to meet you. Again, look at the ending kum. That's meaning we are speaking to 3 or more male. أنا سعيد بلقائكم. ونحن أسعد, and we are delighted. ونحن أسعد, to meet you too. Goodbye. مع السلامة. مع السلامة. So مع, as we learned previously, مع means with. سلامة means peace. مع السلامة. في أمان الله. في أمان الله, in God's protection. God be with you. في أمان الله, in God's protection. Now, let's do the second part of the dialogue on page 6. So on page 6, we have done the right-hand column, and it was between Bashir and Mazin, 2 boys. And the second part that we're going to do now is between Basma and Hamida, 2 girls. So let's do the analysis of the second half of page 6. Right, the first, Basma said, good evening. Masa'ul khair. Masa'ul khair. Previously, we learned Sabahul khair, good morning. Here is good evening. Masa'ul evening. Masa'ul khair. Masa'ul nur, good evening. And we know that khair means goodness and nur means light. Masa'ul khair, Masa'ul nur. How are you? How are you? كيف, that's a how. صحة literally mean health. It's like saying, how is the health? So that's equivalent to, how are you? كيف صحة. Previously we learned كيف الحال. Again means, how are you? But literally means, how is the condition? Here means, how is the health? كيف صحة. الحمد لله. طيبة. طيبة, a woman will say طيبة. طيبة, fine, I'm good. A man will say طيب, fine. الحمد لله, praise be to God. ما اسمك? what's your name? Previously we learned masmuka when the question was directed at a boy. Masmuka, what's your name? But here, masmuki, what's your name? We are asking a girl. Ismi Hamida. My name is Hamida. Now, Ismi as a speaker is gender neutral. In Arabic, you would say Ismi for a boy or you're a girl. The same. Ismi, my name is. In this case, Hamida. My name is Hamida. Wahaulai. And these are, remember that haulai, these are is for 3 or more human plurals, regardless whether we are speaking to 3 men or 3 women. It's the same. These are. Just as we said before, ulaika, those are, is also used for 3 or more human, regardless of the gender. So, wahaulai, these are sadiqati, my friends. And sadiqati is a plural and it's a female. It's a plural of sadiqatun, sadiqati. Min aina, so we say, where are you from? So where are you from? Min aina. Min aina, literally, min is where. Aina, min is from. Aina is where. Min aina antunna. Where are you from? Here, antunna, it is damir munfasil. It's a detached pronoun for you or all of you, meaning 3 or more female. So min aina antunna. For boys, we say min aina antum. Min aina antum. If we are asking a question towards boys, 3 or more, but here 3 or more girls, we say min aina antunna. Nahnu min Sudan. We are from Sudan. Nahnu also is a detached pronoun, damir munfasil, and that is for jama. It's a plural. In this case, whether you are 2 as a speaker or 100 as a speaker, you say nahnu, regardless of the gender. Nahnu min Sudan. We are from Sudan. Ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to you all. Ahlan wa sahlan bikunna. Ahlan wa sahlan bikunna. When we were addressing these to boys, we say bikum. But here bikunna, because we are speaking to a number of girls. Ahlan wa sahlan bikunna. Pleased to meet you. Ana, I am. Sa'idatun. So a girl speaking, Ana Sa'idatun. If a boy is speaking, you say Ana Sa'idun without ta marbuta. But here, Ana Sa'idatun biliqa'ikum. Liqa is meeting, but ending kunna is indication this is an attached pronoun that we are speaking to group of girls. Ana Sa'idatun biliqa'ikunna. I am pleased to meet you all. And the friends reply, وَنَحْنُ أَسْعَدْ. And we are delighted. As'ad, we are delighted. As'ad will remain the same. وَنَحْنُ أَسْعَدْ. Goodbye. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مع السلامة. Goodbye, which means go with peace. مع السلامة في أمان الله. That means in God protection. في أمان الله. In God protection. So that's the second half of the dialogue that we have, 2 dialogues we have on page 6. So the next, now we need to go to page 7 and do this mini dialogue as well. Now, having analyzed the two dialogues on page 6, the first one was between Mazin and Bashir, two boys. The second one between Basma and Hamida, two girls. Let's analyze the a very mini dialogue on page 7, and it's between Faisal and Khalid, both are boys. Let's have a look at what's going on here. So we have, where is your friend, O Khalid? Aina Sadiquka Ya Khalid. We know Aina is where, and we know Sadiq is a friend, male friend, singular, and we know what Ka, and that's the attached pronoun to identify the person we're speaking to in front of us, and that is a boy. Aina Sadiquka. Where is your friend, O Khalid? Ya Khalid. Response: Huwa fil bayt. He is at home. Huwa is he is. If you want to say she is, you say here. Huwa fil bayt. He is at home. Fi means in or at. And then bayt is house or home. Huwa fil bayt. Kayfa haluhu. Kayfa is how. We learned that when we said before. Kayfa al-hal. How are you? Or how is the health? How is the condition? Kayfa sihha. How is the health? You can say Kayfa haluka. How are you? If you address directly to a single person, male. Or Kayfa haluki. How are you to a female? Here we're saying Kayfa haluhu. How is he? How is he? Kayfa haluhu. This who is what referring to him. How is he? If you want to say how is she, you say Kayfa halu her, as previously explained. Huwa maridun. She is unwell. Huwa, he is. If you want to say she, you say hiya maridatun. So huwa, he is, maridun, unwell. If you want to say she is unwell, you will say hiya maridatun. Salamatahu. Salamatahu, I hope he gets better soon. Equivalent of I wish him a speedy recovery. Salamatahu. If you are wishing that for a girl, you say salamataha. So the who becomes ha. Salamataha. Response: Allahu yusallimuka or yusallimuki. May God protect you. So they pray for you as well. May God protect you. Allahu yusallimuka. So that is the mini dialogue on page 7. Explained, analyzed, and read for you. So your job now is to do revision, a thorough revision of page 6 and page 7 for me. And this is your vocabulary list, vocabulary box. Please learn that. It's now accumulating. Now, before you have, how many vocabulary lists do you have now? Let's have a look. On page 3, you have a vocabulary box. On page 4, you have a vocabulary box. And on page 7, another vocabulary box. Keep learning, keep going. You will get there. You're doing a fantastic job just by you joining my class. I'll do my best to make sure by the time we reach book 7, you will be fluent in Arabic. Just learning vocabulary and pay attention to the grammar, how the Arabic is composed and organized. You will get there. If you have any query or any question, any comments, please write them below. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Well done. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. In this lesson we're going to learn a little bit about word patterns, representation of word patterns in Arabic. Please open page 8 for me. It is essential though to remember that many Arabic words originate from 3 root letters, or we call it also radical letters, and in Arabic is known as حروف البناء. This system is so important and beneficial because once we know that, we have access to hundreds of vocabulary by following this pattern, these 3 root letters. Let me illustrate it for you. Now, for instance, in English, you have to learn a book, a desk, a writer, a library, writing. You learn them individually, and even though there is a theme running through them, but they are different words really, unlike in Arabic. In Arabic, all these meanings will contain 3 root letters. So that make it easy for us to recognize the shape and shade of the meanings running through the root letters. For instance, kataba in Arabic is kaf, ta, and ba, is he wrote. Now, once you know that a kataba, this ka and ta and ba, it has some kind of connection with writing. Something has writing attached to it in some way. For instance, a book is kitab, a book kitab, and a desk maktab, a writer katib, and a library maktaba, writing kitaba. So all these 5 words, you can see the root letter kaf, ta, and ba, the same order. There is a system to add something at the beginning or the middle to change the shade of the original meaning, but it still will have connection with the original theme. So hence you will see this kataba, the same order they will never change. There will be addition at the beginning, the middle, whatever, the end, but those letters, 3 root letters, they will still follow the same order. So you have kaf and ta and ba, kaf, ta and ba, kaf, ta and ba, ka, ta, ba, and kaf, ta and ba. So later on, you will learn the system, what to add at the beginning, what to add in the middle, and what kind of a shade of meaning that would become. So that's coming. Another example for you. Here you have a key, open, a can opener, and Al-Fatiha. That is the opening of the holy book of Al-Quran Al-Karim. In Arabic, all these meanings will contain this fa and ta and ha. That means he opened. Here, miftah, that's a key, obviously has connection with to open. And you have maftuh, opened. You have fataha, a can opener. And the al-fatiha, which is the opening of the Quran Al-Karim, the holy book of the Quran Al-Karim. So this does give you idea of how important it is to understand the system of the root letters. So we're going to go through that. That's on page 8 and page 9. Then we move to the verb conjugation. Now, having just learned the word patterns in Arabic, and please do the exercise number 1 and exercise 2 for me on page 8. Then read the explanation that I gave on page 9 to confirm your understanding of representation of word patterns in Arabic. Now we're going to move to page 10 to understand the conjugation, verb conjugation. But what is verb conjugation? A conjugated verb is the verb which has been manipulated and changed to show the person we're speaking to or about, and how many people that we're speaking to or about, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or more, as well as the gender of the people that we are talking to or we are talking about. Also to show the tense, which means is it past tense, action that has finished and gone, or present tense, or something which is in progress or is going to change or is going to happen later. All that is called conjugation. So it is very important, and we'll be following the patterns of the root letters. We will see what are the changes we are making to the root letters to give us a different shade of the meaning of particular verb. Let's start with the third person, meaning we are talking about people, like a he did, they did, and that's what we're going to do right now. Now, let me explain that first of all, we have here. So the kataba. Kataba means he wrote. Usually in Arabic, the verb conjugation starts from he did, whatever the action may be. He ran, he ate, he drank, he slept, he went, he returned, and so on. So in this case, we are going to take the kataba as our template. So we have kataba, he wrote. Now, that's your root letter now. So kataba, those 3 letters will not change in terms of the order. We may have something before or after and so on. Let's see. But in the past tense, all the changes or any amendments will happen at the end with or after the 3rd root letter. Now, he wrote. How do you say she wrote? So she wrote, you leave the kataba as it is, you just add this ta with sukun. So kataba becomes katabat, katabat. When you do that to any verb, if I give you any verb in form of he did, you just make that change, you add this t to it, automatically become she did. Now, for instance, if I give you the verb, let's say fahima, he understood. So we have fahima. That means he understood. If you want to say she understood, all you have to do is leave all these alone. Look at the last letter as we did here. Just add this t, becomes fahimat. She understood. So you can see how important and useful the understanding of conjugation is. So if we say fahimat, now that becomes now she understood. So the pattern of he and she has been established now in terms of the past tense verb. Right. So let's move now to the next one. We have now kataba. Kataba means they. In this case, we means 2 men, 2 boys wrote. Kataba. This alif, we call it alif of ithnain, alif al-ithnain. So that alif is the dual alif al-ithnain. So that alif is telling us there are 2 people involved here. Kataba, kataba. Now, for they, meaning two women or two girls, wrote, we will say katabata. Now, this ta is the same as this ta to show us it's female. So, and we have the same alif, which is your alif of ithnain. That means dual alif. Katabata. Here become fahimata. So that's how it's going to be. Let me just rub that fahimata, for instance. Now, if I give you another verb, different one, like he sat, jalasa, for instance, ja, la, and then sa, jalasa, he sat. Automatically, if you want to say she sat, what would you say? You will say jalasat. You just add that ta, jalasat. If you want to say they, meaning two men sat, you just add this alif. You say jalasa. If you want to say two women sat, you say jalasa, and then you add this ta, jalasata. Right. Now let's move now to plural. Plural in Arabic starts from 3, not from 2. Hence we have the duo. You have a singular, which is your al-mufrad, and then you have your duo, which is muthanna, and of course you have mudhakkar, which is male, and mu'annath, female, or feminine, masculine and feminine. Now, 3 or more, if you want to say katabu, so katabu means they, meaning 3 or more men, 3 or more boys. Katabu wrote. Let's look at these changes we're making to this. Now, this is the first time we're actually changing the vowel on the last root letter. Here is a fatha, here is fatha, is fatha, is fatha. So the first time now we are amending the original vowel on the third root letter is when we say they, meaning 3 or more men did something, in this case, wrote. So we are changing it to u and extending it with wow and adding this alif by convention. That alif is doing nothing there. There's no sound, just say kata boo. So you are extending the u by using the wow. They wrote. That is for male or female, male plural. So jalasa becomes jalasu, and fahima becomes fahimun. As for the feminine, 3 or more women, always in the past tense, the last root letter will carry sukun. As you can see here, will carry sukun, and then you add this nonu niswa, the feminine plural noun. Yeah, you say katab, remember the sukun, and then na. So if you understand the amendment we are making, becomes much easier for you to be able to manipulate the original verb and let it change the shade of its meaning, rather than just trying to learn the table. The table, you forget it, but try to understand the principle behind it. So I'll give you another, the verb, the one we used before. So for instance, we say, dakhala, for instance, he entered. Dakhala, he entered. Now, automatically, if I block this one, you won't say, okay, dakhala. How do I say she entered? Just remember t, dakhalat. That's it. Now, how do I say 2 men entered? You like alif at the end. Dakhala. How do I say 2 women entered? You retain the ta and then you add the alif lithnain, which is your dual alif. Dakhala ta. What about if I want to say they, meaning 3 men or more entered? Remember the u ending. You say dakhalu, and don't forget to write the alif at the end. If I want to say they entered, meaning 3 women or more, what shall I do? Remember, you need sukun, the last root letter, plus nono niswa, which is your feminine plural noun. دخلنا. That is your understanding of how to make changes to change the meaning or the shade of the meaning. So, kataba, kataba, katabu, katabat, katabata, katabna. Just remember those, red, letters for me, and that will help you to be able to take any verb in form of he did and turn into she did, they did, they did, they did 3 men, they did 3 women. Now, that is your third person. We are speaking about people. That's a third person, and that's called للغائبين or للغائبات. So للغائب وللغائبة. Now, we're going to move now to do the second person, meaning we are speaking to people in front of us. Second person is the person that you are addressing. So I will say, you wrote, single male, you wrote, single female. Let's see what is going to happen. Now, I'm going to cut the corner and give you a key to be able to do that very easily. And so, bear with me. Now, let's see. I'm sure, then I will give you the whole picture later on. Now, this is your original root letters or radical letters, حروف البناء. Now, we're going to do now للمخاطب. Mukhatab means people that you are speaking to, you are addressing, people you are speaking to. Now, how do I say you male singular wrote from this? Now, all the second person, take this note first. All the second person, whether I'm saying you singular male, you singular female, or you two male, you two female, you lot 3 or more male, you lot female, or in all these 6 second person, take this note. You have to put sukun on the last root letter. Sukun. So sukun across. So it becomes katab. So that's your sukun. It will be like this. Ka. So that is your last letter. You put sukun. So in all the second person, you have to put that sukun. Then just learn the following as your attachment. If you are speaking to a man, you just add for me ta. This is what you add. You just add ta. Once you add that ta, katab, that's sukun on the last root letter, jalas, any verb like that, you put sukun on the last root letter and then add the ta. So you have ta, katab, ta. If you are speaking to a single female, you add the same ta but kesra, T ending. So I'm going to add that here. So that's your extension. That's your extension. So remember, so this is your ta. In this case, you just add the kesra. So this is extension coming from here. So you have T ending. Become katab and then T. You know you have to put sukun there. Katab T. Now let's say I'm speaking to 2 men or 2 women to be the same. What you do, remember you need to put your sukun. So your sukun must be there, and let's write what is happening. So this is extension, pretending the bar is coming this way. You do this. That's like this one. Remember you have your sukun, and then add this. You add 2 and then ma. So katab to ma. So this is your ba here. Katab, katab, and then add to ma. If you are speaking to 2 women, it's the same. Katab to ma. So I'm going to put this one here. Again, this is your extension from ba, and you are adding 2 and then ma. Katab katabtuma. Katabtuma. Now, the last, you have the other two. If you are speaking to a group of men, 3 or more, what you are, remember, you still add your sukun. Yeah? Your sukun still need to be there. Let me just put that to make sure you remember that. That's sukun. Now, in the three male or 3 men, you add the following. Tum. Tum. You have 2 and sukun. That's your sukun. Katabtu. Katabtum. Now, for female equivalent, 3 or more women, you are going to add tunna. So this is your sukun on the last, and then tunna. Tunna ending. So basically, once you remember that the last root letter in all second person mukhatab, they have sukun on them, all you need to remember as addition, as attached pronoun, your dama'ir muttasila, it will be ta, tuma, tum for the male side. Ta, tuma, tum ending. Ta for single male, tuma for dual, and tum ending. Remember that? Ta, tuma, tum. Sing it for me. It's like a tomato. Ta, tuma, tum. And then for female side, you say ti, tuma, tuna. It's like a tuna. So the male side is like a tomato, and the female side is like a tuna. So ta, tuma, tum, ti, tuma, tuna ending. Come on. Ta, tuma, tum, ti, tuma, tuna. So if I say for you, for instance, if I give you a verb and I say like a jalasa, jalasa. So jalasa, he sat. Jalasa. If I say conjugate that for me for the second person, all 6, in your head, first of all, I need to put sukun on the same, and then I will add this. So it become jalas, and then ta. Jalas tuma. Jalas tum. Jalas ti. Jalas tuma. Jalas tunna. Ta, tuma, tun, ti, tuma, tunna. That's the easy way of learning it. So that's your second person done and dusted and understood, I'm sure. Now, we're going to do the first person, meaning the speaker singular, the speaker dual, or the speaker plural. That's the first person. Let's do that as well. All right, that's what I like, to get a quick understanding of your conjugation. Now, in the first person, the same as you have in second person, also you carry sukun, and you add the following. If you want to say, I did it, I wrote in this case, with a male or female, it is the same, because the speaker in the verb in Arabic, no gender. It's a gender neutral. So you add, so let's say tab. Again, you will add your sukun as you did in all this, and then you add the ta, but in this case, not fatha, not kasra, you put 2 ending. Katab 2. A woman will say the same thing, a man will say the same thing. Katab 2. I wrote. Now, if 2 of us or millions of us, it's the same. So we have only 2 in this case. So 2 of us, millions of us, say katabna. You add your ka, ta. So that's your ka, ta. And then the same sukun, and then add na ending. Katabna. Your basic conjugation is done. Come on. Learn this for me. Relax. And don't just rely on the memorization of the table. Now understand where it's coming from. In the third person, retain original fataha lo, for the verb, original verb. For the she, just add t. If you want to say 2 of them, you need alif For male, you need alif for female as well, but plus ta for female, two female. In the plural, u ending for men, u ending kata bu. And for female, for women, sukun at the last root letter, and then na. You know what I said about the second person sukun across the board, and then learn the attached pronoun, which is for men. For male section is ta, tuma, tum ending, and for female section is the ti, tuma, tunna. Ta, tuma, tum after the sukun, ti, tuma, tunna. For the first person, I did sukun as well, the last root letter plus two, katab, two. For we, whether two of us or millions of us, sukun at the last, on the last root letter, and then put your na. Here we are. Your basic conjugation for simple verb is done. If you understand this very well, all the other conjugation which is going to be coming in the future, all of them, they're based on this, and there may be a little bit of adjustment there, here and there, but this is the foundation. This must be understood, and this will give you a chance to start really using your verb and constructing sentences in Arabic. Now, the conjugation table is on page 10, and a full explanation, breakdown of how it's composed is on page 11. Basically, this is what I've done for you on the board. If you look at the picture now, so you have your simple, pure sound, past tense, form one verb. As I said before, this is the bedrock of how to understand verb conjugation in Arabic. So is for you there singular, that's a mufrad, and you have kataba, katabat, he wrote, she wrote, that's your ta to make it she, katabat. And then duo, it is muthanna, al muthanna, duo meaning two of them, because this section is third person, lil ghaib or lil ghaibin. So kataba, katabat, kataba, that's your alif of ithnain, that's your duo alif. Katabata, the same alif, plus the ta is your sukuns, your ta of feminine, because we cannot put sukun here because of the alif. That's why we change this sukun into fatha, katabata. And the plural, katabu, u ending, when you are talking about the men or boys did something, three or more. Katabu, u ending. And for female, the women, three or more, you say sukun on your original letter, your root letter, and then you add na. So this section is your second person. As you will see, they all have sukun on the last root letter. Sukun, 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 and sukun, sukun. Your addition, as mentioned, is ta, tuma, and then tum, and ti, tuma, and tunna. So you have kataba, katabat, katabtum, katabtuma, katabtuma, katabtum, katabtunna, and then I wrote, same sukun as we have here, and then you add tu, katab tu, and katab na for we, doesn't matter whether two of us or more, or plural more, three or more. Now, if you have any question or you want further clarification, please leave your note below, and please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much, and مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today we're going to be working on page 14 and the topic of our lesson is verbs, number and gender. Let me just quickly remind you that the normal sentence order in Arabic is for the verb to come first, followed by subject, and then the rest of the sentence, such as object. Now, if you're not familiar with the terms subject and object, let me just quickly explain that. Now, verb is an action, subject is the doer of the action, and the object is the receiver. Now, put it this way: an offense is a verb, that's action, and an offender is the subject, and then the victim is the object. Now let's look at our page 14 and start the explanation of this topic. In fact, I've already put that for you on the board. Let's have a look. Now here we have jalasa. Jalasa is a verb to sit. So jalasa means he sat, because in Arabic you start with the third person. He did something. In this case, he sat. Jalasa. Qasim is a name, and it's a male name. Ala is on. Kursi is the chair. So Jalasa Qasim ala al-kursi. Qasim sat on the chair. We start with the verb. Let's look at what happened if we start with the doer, with the noun. We say Qasim Jalasa ala al-kursi. The same meaning. Qasim sat on the chair. That sounds more like the sentence order in English. In English, you always start with the subject, followed by verb. So Qasim, as you say, Qasim sat on the chair. Now, let's look at the second line. Second line, again, we say Jalasa. That means he sat. That literally means he sat, because it's a singular masculine verb, past tense. Jalasa Qasim wa sadiquhu. Here we have two doers here. Qasim and his friend, sadiquhu. Sadiq is a male friend. Sadiquhu and his friend. So we have two subject here. Tariq, that's his name. Qasim and his friend Tariq sat ala al-arika, on the sofa. Ala al-arika. Arika is a sofa. Now let's go across now and see what will happen if we start with the doer. Here, Qasim wa sadiquhu and his friend Tariq sat on the sofa. Now, can you see what is happening there? If you do not start with your verb, as we did here, if your verb comes after the noun, then that verb must be conjugated. There must be an indication that will tell us the number of the doer. In this case, we have two of them, if you remember in your verb conjugation. Now we have this alif, which is alif of name, alif of ithnain. That's a doer alif. You say jalasa. They literally mean they, meaning two men sat. Ala al-arikati, on the sofa. So let's go to the third line. Jalasa Qasim wa Tariq wa Hassan. Now we have three doer. That's plural, male. So we have three boys or three men. Jalasa Qasim wa Tariq wa Hassan ala sajjadati. Qasim and Tariq and Hassan sat on the mat or rug, if you like. Now when we come to if we start with the noun, remember we have to now conjugate the verb to indicate the number of the doer. Qasim wa Tariq wa Hassan. Qasim and Tariq and Hassan jalasu. This is a conjugation. That means they, meaning three or more men sat. They sat ala sajjadati, on the sofa, on the mat or the rug. So the principle here is, if you start with your verb, which you should, it's better to start with your verb. The verb remains singular, but you need to be aware of the gender. So there's in line with the gender, but the number will stay the same, singular. Jalasa, jalasa, jalasa. Here one person's a doer, here it's a two, and here we have three of them. Now you may say, oh, I would never mention my verb. I would never use my verb after the noun to make my life easier. No, because sometimes you may say three people enter, and then you say, then they went out. That went out must be conjugated because it's referring to the noun. So you can say, دخل قاسم وطارق وحسن. Tariq, Qasim, Tariq and Hassan enter the class. ثم, then, خرجوا. You have to conjugate your verb now. ثم خرجوا. Then they went out. Now let's look at the feminine. The feminine, this is masculine. Feminine will be the same. If you start, the only thing you have to be make sure that you make the verb to be feminine as well. So jalasat Nadia. Nadia sat ala al-kursi, on the chair. Here we say jalasa Qasimun ala al-kursi. Qasim sat on the chair. Now across, Nadia jalasat ala al-kursi. Nadia sat on the chair. Qasim jalasa ala al-kursi. Qasim sat on the chair. Second line here, you say jalasat Zainab. Zainab wa sadiqatuha, and her friend Nadia sat on the sofa. Now you see jalasat, because feminine, here we say jalasa, but it's a singular. This is singular as well. But this area, Zainab wa sadiqatuha, and her friend Nadia jalasata. They sat, because two of them. Here we say jalasa for two male. Here we say jalasata for two female. Ala al-arikati, on the sofa. Now the last line, jalasat Zainab wa Nadia wa Salma. Zainab wa Nadia wa Salma sat ala al-sariri, on the bed. Here across, we say Zainab wa Nadia wa Salima jalasna. So we conjugate the verb. Here we say jalasu for plural of male. So jalasna ala sarir. So that is the principle that need to be fully understood, and that is explained clearly on page 14 and page 15. In addition to that, on page 15 you have this number 13, where you have the mix between boys and girls, male and female. You address them you use male version. So even if you have three girls and you have one boy, you address the group as if you are addressing the masculine plural. So please have a look at this for me and do exercise 15. Exercise 15 on page 14. So now there's another exercise, exercise 6 as well, on page 16. And then of course, as usual, you have vocabulary box which need to be learned. Please, it's very important to do that. Now that is a summary for you. Previous lesson, we've established conjugation, and you know how to conjugate your verb in the past tense. The rule has been established, and in this lesson you know that when you start with the verb remains singular, although you need to be mindful of the gender. The masculine, masculine, feminine, feminine, but the number of the verb is the same, one. singular. However, if you start with the noun and the verb comes after the noun, then that verb needs to reflect the number of the doer. If the one, jalasa, if there are two of them, it then becomes jalasa, male. If the three or more, it's jalasu for female, jalasat, jalasata for two, and jalasna for plural feminine. I hope that you've managed to absorb all those things. What you can do, of course, you have the luxury of going back and rewind and not to rewind and watch it again and again until you feel very comfortable. So if you have any comments and or questions, please do not hesitate to contact me via leaving the note or comment below. And don't forget, please subscribe to the channel. I appreciate that. And in the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. In this lesson, we're going to be working from page 17 of our book. Previously, I have analyzed and explained the system of verb conjugations in Arabic, as well as the position of the verb within the sentence. I also mentioned that the sentence order in Arabic is verb, that's action, first, followed by subject, and that is the doer, and then the object. Object is the receiver of the action. In other words, you can say offense. An offense is action, it's a verb. Offender is the subject, the doer, and then the victim is the object. Now, what we'll be doing today is how we can track the verb and the subject as well as the object. We do that by using specific case-ending vowels for each of them. So we know wherever they may be within the sentence, we would know, oh, this is a subject, oh, this is the object. Unlike many other languages, if I may say so, Arabic, even if the subject and the object are not in the correct order, you can still track them. For instance, in English, if you want to say the teacher hit the students, it has to be in that order. Otherwise, the meaning of the sentence will be changed. Now, in Arabic, you can put them in any order you like. We will know from the case ending who is doing what to whom. That's beautiful, isn't it? Now, let's have a look at the page 17. We're going to discuss it now, those signs that by which or through which we can identify the subject and the object. Right, let's have a look at the board for me, please. Now, you will see here we have the nominative subject case. Now, one of the signs, there are many signs for nominative case. A nominative case is carried by the subject, the doer. That's one of the nouns that carries the nominative case. In the singular format, muallimun, a teacher, or muallimatun, a female teacher, if they are carrying this un two dhamma, it means they are the subject, they are the doer of the action. Now, they will carry these two tanween, or if you like, two dhammas, if the noun is not defined. There's no al in it, or defined in any other way. Also, if the noun is what we call broken plural, irregular plural, also they carry this if it's not defined and it happens to be the subject within the sentence. That's one sign of identifying the subject. The second sign is if we have two people responsible, then doer, it's called muthanna. Singular is called mufrad in Arabic, and duo, means two, is called muthanna. The ending will be this. We'll put the fatha, the last letter of the original noun, and then we'll extend it by using the alif and then noon with kasra, any ending. If you see anything carrying any ending, and within the sentence which has a verb, it probably will be, and that will be the sign to say, this is the subject, this is the doer of this action. So any ending like muallimani, muallimani, muallimatani. You see, as we are putting the fatha here, mim, muallimani, extend with an alif, and then known with kasra, muallimani. The same thing for muallimatun. When we are putting fatha on the ta, we open up this ta marbuta into normal ta, extended ta or open ta. We put fatha, lengthening alif, and then known, muallimatani, two. Now if it's a plural, as you will see later on, we're going to learn more about plural in Arabic. Plural, we have what we call normal one or regular plural, such as una ending, and that's a regular masculine plural ending, una ending, muallimuna. So muallimun, muallimani, and here is ending dhamma on the mim, and then extend with waw na, muallimuna. When you see that kind of ending in the sentence which is carrying a verb, that will be the subject of the action. For the feminine, atun ending, when it's not defined, muallimatun, muallimatun. Now let's not look at the defined. Here is indefinite noun, here is defined noun. In this case, we are defined using the article al. So al-muallimu, once it's been defined, we really reduce the two dhamma into a single dhamma. Becomes al-muallimu, because the is indicated in some way that is not defined, and a noun cannot be defined and undefined at the same time. To acknowledge that, we reduce the two dhamma into a single dhamma. We say al-muallimu, and in the feminine equivalent, we say al-muallimatu. In the muthanna duo, ani is going to be the same ani ending, whether it's defined or not defined. So we say muallimani, al-muallimani, muallimatani, al-muallimatani. Let's see what's happened in the plural section. In the plural section, if it's a masculine plural and it's a regular plural, una will be the ending. So we have una here when it's not defined, muallimuna, and when it's defined, it is same, al-muallimuna ending. In the feminine plural, when it's not defined, you have atun ending, such as muallimatun. And when it's defined, we reduce, just as we did in the singular, we reduce the two dhamma to a single dhamma, and it becomes al-muallimatu. Now, having just explained the signs, those signs by which we can identify a subject that announces subject of the verb, Now we're going to do the same thing now to explain and learn about those signs by which we can identify a noun as being the object of the verb. Let's have a look at that now. Here we have two fatha, tenween fatha, two fatha. Previously we had tenween dhamma for the subject. In the object, we need to look out for two fatha when the noun is not defined, indefinite nouns. But when it is defined, we're looking for a reduced single fatha. So we have mu'alliman. When you see two fatha like that, and within the sentence, which is carrying a subject, the verb, you know that will be the object. Now, mu'allimatan, that's feminine, is carrying two fatha. Within that subject, which has a verb, that will be the object. Don't you worry, we will illustrate this with the sentences so we can see clearly. Let's understand the mechanic of it first. Now, when it is defined, as you can see, we've now reduced the two fatha into a single fatha, al-mu'allima and al-mu'allimata as well. Now, in the duo, which is al-muthanna, this is a mufrad, singular, al-muthanna, which is duo. What is going to happen? In the subject, we have any ending, fatha, and then lengthening alif, and then noon with kasra, any ending. In the object, however, we have fatha. Instead of alif with lengthening, we have ya with sukun, so ay, and then the same noun with kasra, ayni, ending. So we have mu'allimayni, as opposed to mu'allimani for the subject. The ending for the object, it will be mu'allimayni. Mu'allimatayni, mu'allimayni, mu'allimatayni. And that is whether it's defined or not defined, the ending will be the same, ayni ending. Al-mu'allimayni and al-mu'allimatayni. Let's move to the jama, or the plural, or regular plural for masculine. And that is, ending will be ina ending. Previously in the subject, we end with una ending. Here in the object, that will be ina ending. So we have muallimina as opposed to muallimuna for the subject. For feminine, instead of atun, it becomes ati for the object. Muallimatin. So when it is defined, you say muallimina, indefinite, define al-muallimina, the same ending, ina ending, for regular masculine plural. In the feminine, regular feminine plural is atin when it's not defined, and it's ati, single e, when it is defined, just as we did in the singular. So we say, we reduced, in this case, these two kasra have been reduced now to a single kasra, ati, al-mu'allimati. And that again, that is mentioned for you here in the book on page 17. So this is the accusative. Now, subject in Arabic is called fa'il, al-fa'ilu, meaning the doer. And the accusative or object, which is going to be an accusative case ending, is called maf'ul, al-maf'ul. So we have al-fa'ilu, and that is your verb. Al-fa'ilu, and that is subject, the doer. And then al-maf'ulu, and that is object. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. In this lesson, we're going to be working on page 18. We have learned the system of conjugation, how to conjugate simple past tense verbs. We've already also learned the case endings for subject and object, the nominative case ending as well as accusative case ending. Now today we're going to analyze some sentences to see those case endings in action. Let's go for it. Right. Okay, the first sentence we have here is Shakara Zairun Mualliman. Shakara is a verb. Zairun, that's the subject. Zairun means a visitor. Mualliman means a teacher. So, Shakara Zairun, this is your subject. This is the doer. Zairun, a visitor. Shakara, thanked. Mualliman, a teacher. This is a singular, hence is carrying two dhamma to tell us that this is the doer of the verb. Mualliman, that's a singular and is carrying two fatha to indicate that this is the object of the verb. Remember, subject is the doer and object is the receiver of the action. Shakara Zairun Mualliman. And that is a visitor, which is male, masculine, thanked a teacher. Now, if you look at the feminine equivalent, is this one. Shakarat Zairatun Muallimatan. Shakarat, now conjugation, we know we convert he did something to she did by adding simply ta maftuha with sukun. Shakarat. Zairatun. This ta marbuta is indicating the doer this time is a female. Zairatun. But the case ending still the same to indicate this is the subject of the verb. So Shakarat Zairatun. Here is Shakara Zairun Muallimatan. A female teacher. Here is Mualliman. What is important to note is that the case ending, regardless whether the nouns carrying the case endings masculine or feminine, the case ending must be the same. So here we have two fatha to say this is the object. Here also we have two fatha to say this is the object. Let's now look at the second line. Shakara Zairani Mualliman. Two visitors, masculine, thanked a teacher. Remember the case ending, nominative case ending, if the subject is doer, there are two of them responsible for the action, the ending will be any. You put the fatha on the last letter of the subject, extend it using alif mad or lengthening alif, then add noon with kesra to give us the ani ending. In this case, zairani. So, ani ending, and that is a nominative case ending. So these two, they are the subject of the verb. Shakara zairani mualliman. For now, we retained our object as a singular. Later on, we're going to reverse that, and you will see what will happen when we have object, two of them as well. So, equivalent to the feminine section is Shakarat Zairatani. Again, it's ending in any ending. This is your ta, and we put fatha. We open the ta marbuta up to become ta maftuha. Open ta instead of ta marbuta, which is the tied up ta. Now, and then we put fatha, ani, this same ending, zairatani, muallimatan. Two visitors, feminine, thanked a teacher. The third line, shakara zairuna mualliman. Some visitors, meaning three or more, thanked a teacher. You may remember the nominative case ending when we are dealing with a regular masculine plural is una ending, to put dhamma on the last root letter of the subject, which is in this case is ra. We put dhamma on it, we extend using the waw, and then we put na, zairuna. That's for masculine. For feminine, also, if you check your note, the previous lesson, you see that we need to put at the end. So shakarat zairatun muallimatan. Visitors, feminine, thanked a teacher. Now, let me remind you, you can see the order now in Arabic sentence is verb, fa'ilun, then fa'ilun, the subject, and maf'ulun, that's the object. And because we start with our verb, we retain the verb as previously explained in singular format with paying due regard to the gender. So we have shakara, shakara, shakara. Even though we have singular subject, we have dual, the subject, and we have plural. In spite of that, we retain it in the singular format, mufrad. In the feminine, it's the same, except that we convert into feminine format, shakarat, shakarat, and shakarat. Now, let's move to the definite nouns. We have just completed the indefinite. If you remember, we said shakara, zairun, mualliman. That's indefinite nouns. And in the dual, we say shakara, zairani, mualliman. In the plural, shakara, zairuna, mualliman. Feminine, say shakarat, zairatun, muallimatan. Duo, shakarat, zairatani, muallimatan. And plural, shakarat, zairatun, muallimatan. Now we're going to define the nouns now. Shakara zairul muallim. So zairun has been defined using al, which is the article the. And al-muallima also has been defined using the article the as well. Now the way you read it is you suppress the lam because of the shadda. Remember we learned that some times ago that we cannot have two sukoons side by side. So hence we say shakarazza, shakarazzairul muallima. Here we suppress the lam because it's followed by the shamsiya, which is your sun letter carrying shadda. Here is called moon letters, there's no carrying letter, the shadda, so we retain the sukun. Shakarazzairul muallima. The visitor, that's male, thanked the teacher. And the feminine equivalent, shakarat zairatul muallimata. Now here we have sukun, there is embedded sukun here as well. So what we need to do is to more or less remove this sukun, replace it with kasra so that we can read ahead. So it's going to sound like this. Shakarat. You see, you have kasra here, you have that kasra as well. So that just indicates you don't combine both. We do not combine the sukun and the kasra. I'm just telling you that in reading, you need to really not to pronounce this sukun. In fact, that sukun should be removed so that you don't get confused. So let's just say cross that sukun out. I put it there originally to show you that the verb is feminine. Otherwise, I will just put this kesra. So you say shakaratiz zairatu. Shakaratiz zairatul muallimata. And that's the visitor, that's feminine, thanked the teacher. Now, the second line, shakara zairani, the ending of an is still the same thing. But in the first one, we reduce the previous two dhamma into single dhamma, because two dhamma giving us idea of a something, and the, we cannot say something is the and a at the same time. Hence, we reduce the number of dhamma from two to a single dhamma. But in the ani ending, regardless whether the noun is defined or not defined, ani will be ani. There will be no change at all. Here also una will be the same thing. Shakara zairuna. If you look at the feminine as well, shakarati zairatani, the ani ending is still the same. And the atu, previously, if it's not defined, we say shakarat zairatun. But here, because of the definition, because we have already defined using the article the, we reduce the dhamma into a single dhamma, and we say shakarat zairatu al-muallimata. So that is the example of using the nouns in definite forms previously and definite form as well. But what is important here is the case ending. Note the case ending that the subject is carrying. When it's a singular, it's dhamma, and when it's a duo, it's ani ending, and when it is plural for masculine, is una ending, and when it's a plural for feminine, is atun ending. That is what is very important. Now, let's move to the next section. We're still on page 18. The next now is to make the object within the sentence dual as well as plural, and see the case ending that it will be carrying. That means, let's look at the other area of accusative case ending. Right, the first one we have here, so we have sentences with a dual or plural indefinite object. This is indefinite one. Shakara zairun muallimaini. This time we are making the object dual. So, shakara zairun, we know that's singular and that's the subject. Now the object now muallimaini, a visitor thanked two teachers. So a visitor, masculine, thanked two teachers, masculine as well. Look at the case ending when we are dealing with the object in the dual. Is carrying any ending. If we have the subject, the dual, that will be zairani, will be any ending, but the object will carry any. We have fatha on the last letter of the original muallim, and then ya with sukun and the ni, muallimaini. And that's why I mentioned before one of the lessons to say the unique things about Arabic is you may move the subject and object from their original position, you will still be able to track them. You will still be able to identify who is doing what to whom. Unlike many other languages, whereby you have to keep that order in order to convey the message. So, for instance, in English, we have to say a visitor thanked two teachers. If you put two teachers first, the meaning will be totally different. But in Arabic, the case ending is helping us to track who did and who is the receiver, who is the subject and who is the object within the sentence. So shakara zairun muallimaini. We know muallimaini ending as two teachers, and also we know that they are male. If it is female, for instance, shakarat. Again, we have ta to identify that they were talking about female here. Shakarat zairatun, also the visitor, a visitor is a female. Muallimataini, thanked two female teachers. Now the third one, we have now the plural. Shakara zairun muallimina. A visitor thanked many teachers, that are three or more. The originally, if you have the plural for the subject, masculine, regular noun will be muallimuna, or in this case, zairuna. Una ending for the subject, but it's a ina ending for the object. So let's say we're going to show you later on, but let's just pretend that this is the plural as well. many teachers. So we convert that into una ending. We put the dhamma on the ra and then extend it using the waw and then nun, zairuna. That will be the subject plural, normal masculine plural. If we want to make the visitors to become the object, it will be ina zairina, and then we will say shakara muallimuna zairina. See, it is fascinating. For the feminine section, shakarat zairatum muallimatin. Now, to conclude our analysis of page 18, let's look at this set of 8 sentences. Now, here we have duo as a subject and also duo as the object. Let's look at the case ending of any. That means this is the subject, that's a nominative case. Whereas the any is accusative case, and that means this is the object of the verb. Shakara zairani muallimaini. 2 male visitors thanked 2 male teachers. The feminine equivalent, shakarat zairatani muallimataini. Again, this any ending is the same as any ending here. Shakarat zairatani muallimataini. Equally, we have aini and aini to indicate this is the object of the verb. Hence, we have the accusative case ending. Next one, shakara zairuna muallimina. Una ending for normal or regular masculine plural is una ending, whereas the ina ending is indicating this is the object. Hence we have the accusative ending, and this is for normal or regular masculine plural. For feminine, shakarat zairatun is atun ending as our nominative case to indicate this is the subject. Whereas in the object, we have atin instead. Later on, you will learn about genitive ending later. So, shakarat zairatun muallimatin. This section is the same as this second, except that here we have article the. So, shakara zairani, the 2 male teachers, the 2 male visitors thanked the 2 male teachers. So the ending ani and aini, ani and aini is the same. Shakara zairuna. Shakara zairuna. Una ending here in indefinite as well as the definite one is the same. Shakara zairuna al-muallimina. Ina ending and ina ending as well. Now, the feminine is shakarat zairatani muallimataini. Here also, shakarat zairatani. Here, I put sukun originally here, and then we need to delete that because we have the shadda coming. So if we have shadda after this sukun, which is the ta maftuha in the conjugation, shakarat. So we need to delete that and replace it with the kasra. More explanation of that kind of things will come much later. So shakarat zairatani al-muallimataini. So the ani and aini endings, nominative and accusative, is the same. Shakarat zairatu. If you have atu here, we reduce the 2 dhamma into single dhamma because of the article the. Al-muallimati, here muallimatin, also we reduce this to kasra because here is indefinite, here is definite. We need to reduce into a singular kasra, muallimat. So my advice would be, please go to page 18 of our book and ensure that you digest the information in a very calm atmosphere, and in conjunction with the previous lesson, which is about the subject and object. You have the case ending, which is nominative cases, and the accusative cases. Please go through that again and again and again and watch those videos again and again so that you can be comfortable with what is being taught, because it is very essential really that to understand is a building block. So if you miss out any element, it's going to be very complicated later on. But if you are doing it gradually and progressively, you will find them very easy later on. It's very logical build up to become experts in writing and speaking Arabic. Now, somebody asked me about the what's the trick to learn your vocabulary. I'm afraid you just need commitment, really. So every single day, maybe you learn 2 new words, 2 or 3. Make yourself a flashcard where you write Arabic on one side and English the other side, or any other language that you speak, so to help you out, so that you are in touch with your vocabulary on a daily basis. It's going to get easy. It's going to get easier for you. But if we don't do it regularly enough, so it's hard. We just need to train our brain to say, right, come on, today's word is this word. These 3 words, write it down, see it everywhere, in your bedroom, in your kitchen, sitting room, put it in your pocket. You get there. It's fun. Look at it as a challenge, as a something. It's good for the brain. When you learn a new language, it's very good for the brain. It's a mathematical exercise. So good luck with that, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and spread the word around for me. Well done. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. In this lesson, we're going to be working on page 20 and page 21. Now, on page 20, we have practice with past tense verbs. Having learned the conjugation system, it is now within our reach to be able to put those rules into action. Now, that's exactly what we are intending to do today. But first of all, we need to have a look at the vocabulary on page 21. So let's have a look at the vocabulary first on page 21, and I've put them here for you. Let's start with this side. أخذ. Again, try your pronunciation with me as well. أخذ. And that is he took. Remember, verbs in Arabic start from he did something. And from there on, you can then put your conjugation system into action and makes the verb works for you. So أخذ, he took. You know how to say she took. It will be أخذت, and so on. So دخل, he entered. جلس, he sat. جاء, he came. جمع, جمع, he collected or gathered. خرج, he went out. خرج, he went out. ذهب, ذهب, he went. فتح, فتح, he opened. فهم فهم he understood. كتب he wrote. لعب he played. نزل he got down. Now, the main element of pronunciation here is your ayn. This is your ayn, jama'a, and la'ib. And you have also these ha, fahi, fahima, and dhahaba, dhahaba. Also, let's single out the ha as well. Where is ha? We have ha here. Fatah, fatah, fatah. Compare and contrast this to this ha, dhahaba, and this is fataha. Let's move across. Here we have wajada, wajada, he found. Wasala, wasala, he arrived. Wada'a, wada'a, he put. Waqafa, he stood or he stopped. Now, these are your verbs that we're going to be working with on page 20. So, how many? We have واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة إحداشر اثناشر ثلاثاشر أربعتاشر خمستاشر ستاشر. We have 16 verbs. Wow, that's already a lot of vocabulary. And all those verbs, the verbs, you should be able to conjugate them. You can randomly take any of them, like a kharaja. You know, you can say kharajat, kharaja, kharajata, kharaju, kharajna, kharajta, kharajti, kharajtuma, 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 kharajtum, kharajna, or kharajtunna, and then kharajna, all of us, and kharajtu, I. That is beauty of the conjugation in Arabic. Now, after the verbs, now let's look at some nouns. We have mahatta, mahattatun is station, hafilatun a bus, taburun a queue, bawabatun a gate, faslun a classroom, maktabatun a library, mal'abun a playground, mudirun headmaster. Now those vocab, although they look random now, it is from the from page 21, and I've used all of them here on page 20, as we will discover together shortly. This side, tilmidun, that is students or people, talamid, and that's the plural, and tilmidatun, and that is the feminine of student, tilmidatun, and that's a plural, that's feminine. Mudiratun, that's a headmistress. Here we have mudirun, headmaster, and harisun, a guard, kuratun, a ball, bil kurati, with the ball, karasiyun, it can be karasin as well, chairs, hudurun, attendance, darsun, lesson, saburatun, a board or blackboard, a whiteboard, tawilatun, a table. These are the vocabularies that you're going to we're going to be using together, using these sentences. That's why I prepared the box for you there, and we have gone through them together. Now let's now move to page 20 and explore these sentences together. Now let's put our vocabulary now into good use. On page 20, we have all these sentences, and that is to use our vocabulary. Now let's try. This is the first part now on the board for you. So the first sentence, وصل حسن وفيصل إلى المحطة باكرا. وصل, That's the verb, and that means he arrived, literally, wasala. In this case, we say wasala Hasanun wa Faisal. Hasan and Faisal arrived. Now, they are the subject of the verb. They are the doer. Hence, we have the tenwin dhamma, two dhamma on them. Now, we meant, although there are two of them, we still use wasala as a singular because we starting with the verb. Wasala Hasan wa Faisal ila al-mahattati, to the station, or at the station, bakiran, early. Hasan and Faisal arrived at the station early. Number 2, جاءت الحافلة متأخرة. Now, جاءت, that is feminine. Male will be جاء, and feminine in your conjugation will be جاءت. But to make it easier for us to link with the sukun on the lam, we have now replaced this sukun with the kasra. That's why I put it there for you separate to see. So this is a finer result. جاءت الحافلة متأخرة. الحافلة here is the bus. Bus is feminine now in Arabic. As you can see, there's tamar both of that. Here, it's not she arrived, it is it, because we are referring to feminine now. جاءت الحافلة متأخرة. The bus came late. Next one. وقف حسن وفيصل في الطابور. Again, that's another verb, singular, even though we have two nouns as our subject. وقف حسن وفيصل في الطابور. Hassan and Faisal stood in the queue. طابور is the queue. Next one. وصلت الحافلة, the same verb. وصل, this is masculine here because subjects, they are masculine. But here, the subject is feminine, the bus. Hence, we say وصلت is sukun originally, but we adapt, we change it to kasra for easy pronunciation. وصلت الحافلة إلى المحطة. The bus arrived at the station. Next one, دخل. That's another verb, and it's singular, even though we are dealing with two subjects. But because at the beginning of the sentence you retain your verb, it's singular, even though you have to be correct, the correct mode of gender, masculine. دخل حسن وفيصل في المحطة. Hassan and Faisal entered the bus, or the enter, you can say في المحطة, at the station, or the station, or في الحافلة, they enter the bus. دخل حسن وفيصل في المحطة, or دخل حسن وفيصل في الحافلة. وجلسا, this is a continuation of your statement. وجلسا, and they sat. Now, once you say they, you are referring to the previous subject. You have to now conjugate your verb. Hence, we say وجلسا to indicate the verbs is referring to two nouns. وجلسا, remember your conjugation. جلسا, جلسا. If it's feminine, we say جلستا, two of them. وجلسا في الخلف. And they sat at the back. Now, let's look at the sentence number 7. Still on page 20. وقفت الحافلة عند المدرسة. وقفت الحافلة عند المدرسة. The bus stopped at the school. وقفت. Previously we said وقف when we are referring to masculine subject. Here, the subject is feminine. Hence, we say waqafat. Originally, it was sukun. As I said before, to make the smooth reading, we've replaced sukun with the kasra. وقفت الحافلة. وقفت الحافلة عند المدرسة. The bus stopped at the school. وقفت. Now, next one. نزل التلاميذ من الحافلة. نزل, another verb. نزل التلاميذ. So we link the la with the embedded sukun here because of the shadda. نزلت تلاميذ من الحافلة. The pupils, that's masculine plural, got down from the bus. نزل التلاميذ من الحافلة. ووجدوا, wa here is and then the second wa is your first root letter, wajada. So wawajadu, and because we're referring to the plural, we say they, hence we conjugated the wajada. It's wajada, wajada, wajadu, because we're talking about 3 or more students here. So we say wajadu. وَوَجَدُوا الْبَوَّابَةَ, and they found الْبَوَّابَةَ, they found the gate. الْبَوَّابَةَ, they found the gate مُغْلَقَةً, locked. وَوَجَدُوا الْبَوَّابَةَ مُغْلَقَةً. Next one, sentence number 10. فَتَحَ الْحَارِسُ, another verb. فتح الحارس, because we start with the verb, it's a singular. فتح الحارس, الحارس is your subject. فتح الحارس البوابة. Now, this is your object of the verb, hence it's carrying a single vowel, single fatha, because it's defined. فتح الحارس, فتح is a verb, الحارس is the subject, this is الفعل, and this is al-fa'ilu, and this is al-maf'ul. Remember we said before that al-fa'ilu da'iman marfu'un wal-maf'ul da'iman mansub. فتح الحارس البوابة, the guard opened the gate. Next sentence, ذهب التلاميذ إلى الملعب, students or pupils went to the playground. ذهب التلاميذ إلى الملعب. ولعبوا, and they played. Again, that's a verb referring to previous subject. And the plural, there are plural, there are 3 or more students. ولعبوا, and they play. You may notice that this verb, لعب, he played. Here, لعبوا, they played, is the same root letter where mal'ab comes from. Al-mal'ab, this is your lam, ayn, and ba, that is a playground, and the verb is la'iba, he played. You can see, once you know the root letter, as I said before, the shade of the meaning, you can smell it, you can feel it, and this is the beauty of the root system in Arabic language. وَلَعِبُوا بِالْكُرَةِ, and played with the ball. ثُمَّ, then, دَخَلُوا, again, this verb is referring to the previous nouns, hence the conjugation, دَخَلُوا. Whereas when we start with the verb, we see all of them we retain them in singular format. Here, ثُمَّ, then, دَخَلُوا, they. Once you say they, in Arabic, you have to specify what you mean by they. Do you mean they, 2 of them? Do you mean 3 of them? Are they male or are they female? All those details need to be indicated within the verb, hence the conjugation. ثُمَّ دَخَلُوا وَجَلَسُوا. That's fantastic examples actually. وَلَعِبُوا, here we start as a single verb because we are referring to plural. But once we mention verb and verb is referring to previous nouns, we need to conjugate them. Say لعبوا ودخلوا وجلسوا على الكرسي, and then they sat on the chairs. Now let's conclude our analysis of the sentences on page 20. So sentence number 13, دخل المدير على أو دخل المدير مع معلم جديد. The headmaster entered with a new teacher. The headmaster entered with a new teacher. أخذ المعلم الجديد الحضور. المعلم الجديد, the new teacher, took the attendance. الحضور. أخذ المعلم الجديد الحضور. Next one. كتب المعلم الدرس. That's a typical Arabic sentence order. Verb, كتب. المعلم, that's your subject, الفاعل. And then الدرس, that's your المفعول, that's the object. كتب المعلم الدرس على السبورة. The teacher or the teacher wrote the lesson on the board. فهم التلاميذ الدرس. Another sentence order for you there. التلاميذ, the pupils, the students. فهم الدرس. They understood the lesson. And because we start with the verb, hence singular version of it. Next one. جمع المعلم الدفاتر. The teacher collected the exercise books. جمع المعلم الدفاتر. Next one. وضع التلاميذ الكتب على الرف. The pupils put the books on the shelf. رف is the shelf. وضع التلاميذ الكتب على الرف. ثم, then. Now the next verb is referring to the previous nouns, hence the conjugation. ثم خرجوا, then they went out. ثم خرجوا, then they went out of the class. ثم خرجوا من الفصل إلى المكتبة, to the library. The maktaba is a library. وجلسوا, again, that's the conjugation. وجلسوا, and they sat. حول الطاولة, around the table. That's it. حول الطاولة. That concludes the analysis of the dialogue or statement or sentences, if you like, on page 20. Please have a look at the vocabulary and see how we have employed the vocabulary to construct these sentences, and do the same thing for me. Experiment with writing, making up your own sentences. Well done, and good luck with your studies. We are moving forward. Don't forget, please, to subscribe to the channel and keep working, keep going. You will get there. Don't give up. يلا مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. Now, today's lesson will be on page 22 and 23, and it is about attached pronouns, which we call in Arabic الضمائر المتصلة. الضمائر المتصلة, let's explain that. I put that on board for you. Let's divide them into, first of all, the first person, meaning the speaker, singular. That will end in E sound. With kasra, the last letter, and then extend it with ya al-mutakallim to indicate that it's the speaker and it's a singular. And there's no difference between whether a man is speaking or a woman is speaking. So the speaker, there's no gender involved. Now, E ending, if you have a noun, kitabi, my book, you do that to any noun becomes my. If I say qalam, you say qalami. If I say sayyaratun, you say sayyarati, and so on. Now, the same pronoun can be attached to a verb. For instance, I'm going to be using this verb semia. Semia meaning he heard all the way through. So we can see as a template for us. Semia ni, he heard me. Now, the a is your third root letter, but in Arabic, the third root letter cannot take a kesra. So as a result, the solution to that, when you have to have a kesra, such as here, because to say me, you would need that E sound. So they invented nun al-wiqaya. Nun al-wiqaya, it is preventable, something to prevent or to safeguard the verb from having to carry kesra at the end, basically. So it's called nun al-wiqaya, the protective nun. And then you put that kesra, you put it under that nun, semi-a-ni. So the verb is safe from having to suffer the indignity of the kesra underneath it. So semi-a-ni, he heard me. Now let's look at the al-mutakallim, the mutakallimin, the speakers, which is plural. Duo or plural is be the same thing, the same ending. So kitabuna, that is your attached pronoun here for we, our book, our book. Sami'ana, he heard us. Now let's move now to the second person, which is called al-mukhatab in Arabic. So singular, al-mufrad, al-mudhakkar, we say ka ending, kitabuka, your book. And if you attach to a verb, you say sami'aka, he heard you. For feminine, you say kitabuki, your book, and sami'aki, he heard you. Now, so we have the ka and the ki, depending whether you are speaking to masculine or feminine, singular. Here now we have same ka, but in the form of duo, becomes kuma. And the kuma is the same for two men, two boys, two girls, two women. It's the same. No gender involved here. So kitabukuma, sami'akuma, he heard you, both of you. Kitabukuma and sami'akuma. So it's the same for masculine and feminine. Let's move now to the plural, which means three or more. Now, kum is the ending if you are talking about three boys or three men. Kitabukum, your book. So now you are talking to plural of masculine. Sami'akum, he heard you. Again, that's the ending for plural men. Later on, you will know more about this because you can look at the grammatic position of this pronoun. Sometimes they're actually in the genitive, sometimes it's the accusative, sometimes in nominative. All that will be explained much later, inshallah, God willing. So for feminine plural, kunna, it will be ending. Kitabu kunna, your book. Kunna, sami'a kun, sami'a kun, sami'a, and then you write kunna, sami'a kunna. He heard you. Now, we've done the al-mutakallim, al-mukhatab. Now we're going to look at al-ghaib, il-ghaib. Now we're going to look at the third person now, and it's who. So who, that's singular, kitabuhu, kitabuhu. Remember you write your who if there is a wow before it, or ra or za, which are called naughty letters, the one that cannot be extended forward, you use this who. Otherwise, you use it if you can extend it, the who. Right, kitabuhu. Sami'ahu, the same principle, he heard him. Ha ending, kitabuha, her book. Sami'aha, he heard her. Huma, in the dual, for third person, is the same, no gender involved here. Kitabuhuma, sami'ahuma, that's masculine. The same thing for feminine. Kitabuhuma, their book. Sami'ahuma, he heard them, meaning both of them. Now, plural, we differentiate between masculine and feminine. If you are talking about 3 or more men, you say kitabuhum, their book, meaning 3 men or more. Sami'ahum, he heard them, meaning 3 or more. For feminine, you say kitabuhunna, their book, kitabuhunna. Sami'ahunna, he heard them. Now, a note for you, all these attached pronouns, all the pronouns, they are what we call indeclinable, meaning you are not allowed to change the case and the vowel. The E will always be E, regardless whether it is in accusative position or it is whatever it is, it's going to be E ending. And na will always be na. And ka, it be ka if you're speaking to one man. And ki is speaking to one woman or a woman. And kuma, all of them, they are indeclinable, meaning they are born like that and they should be left alone. That's it. Now, but the who can be slightly amended. Well, it depends. For instance, it will always be who unless you have kasra before it. Let's say fi kitabihi, fi kitabihim, and so on. That will come later on, but the rest of them, they are all indeclinable. This one can slightly, the her, always her. That will not change. That will not change. So the final analysis of this will come much later when we extend our knowledge about these attached pronouns. For now, we're going to put them into practice so you can actually see them within sentences. That will be the next thing we need to do right now. Now, let's put our attached pronouns into practice. We have but 4 examples here, and it's on page 23, by the way. Number 1, هل أخذت ممحاتي? Did you, now I'm speaking to singular masculine. Masculine singular now. هل أخذت ممحاتي? Did you take my eraser? Memhati. You see, we have put E ending here to say my. Na'am, yes. Akhadtu. That's a verb, meaning I took, and then we have it. Akhadtuha. I took it. Now, this her is feminine because we are referring to memhat, which is feminine noun. That's what we said. Akhadtuha. Yes, I took it. هل أخذت ممحاتي؟ نعم أخذتها. Did you take my eraser? Yes, I took it. Next one. Did you, this time we're speaking to feminine singular. We use the same هل to ask question. That doesn't change. هل وجدت قلمي? Did you find قلمي, my pen? قلم is a pen. قلمي, my pen. That says يا متكلم. في غرفتك. Now we add the key ending because we are speaking to a female singular. Did you find my pen in your room? غرفة is a room. We say في غرفتك. We're going to learn more about preposition later on. نعم, yes. وجدت, that's me, I found it. It this time is who. وجدت because it's referring to qalam, and qalam is masculine. Whereas here we use her because we are referring to feminine, memhat. وجدته فيها. This her now is referring to غرفة, which is feminine. Room is feminine in Arabic. That's why we say her. نعم, yes. وجدته, I found it in it. Literally speaking, in it, in the room. Next one. هل فهم الأولاد المعلمين? Remember, أين ending? Then we are talking about duo. 2 people, 2 teachers. Did the boys understand the 2 teachers? هل Fahima, that's your verb to understand. That means he understands, because we are going to start with this before the noun. Therefore, we don't need to conjugate that verb. We retain it as a singular. هل فهم الأولاد? Again, remember, أولاد here is your subject. Hence, we have the dhamma here. فهم الأولاد. That's your الفاعل. المعلمين. That is your object. المفعول. That's why it's ending in أين, because it's dual. هل فهم الأولاد المعلمين? Did the boys understood or understand the two teachers? We can just amend this al-mu'allimaini by just putting that shadda on top, and then we put the kasra underneath the kasra. Underneath the shadda is better that way. Al-mu'allimaini. Na'am, yes. Fahimu. Remember your conjugation when you say they, meaning three people or more, masculine, understood. You say fahimu. Now, when you write fahimu in isolation, you put alif after the wa. Fahimu, by convention, that alif needs to be there. But when you have the attachment here, so alif is gone. And this is huma. Fahimuhuma. They understood them. That's meaning two teachers. Yes, they understood them. هل شكرت البنات المعلمات? Now again, previous lesson you'd learn when you have a verb which is feminine, singular, with sukun, another sukun follow it, you convert the first sukun into kasra. So shakaratil banatu. Banatu here is your subject, al-fa'il, hence is carrying dhamma. And al-muallimati, that is the object maf'ulun bihi, and we know in that situation the case ending will be ati ending because it is defined. هل شكرت البنات المعلمات? Did the girls thank the teachers? And the teachers here is feminine plural. Naam, yes. Shakarna. In your conjugation again, if you want to say they thanked, meaning three or more women or girls, you say shakarna. That's your conjugation. Shakarat, shakarata, shakarna. They thanked, and then them, meaning they thanked female teachers, three or more. Naam, shakarnahunna. They thank them. That, I hope, this is a very short template or examples is sufficient for you to build upon. And on page 24, if you can, please, can you do the exercise 9 for me? Exercise 9 on page 24. Now, please, always do all the exercises for me. It is essential, because that's when you can prove to yourself that indeed you have understood the lesson and you are ready to use it as well. Please don't miss out any exercise at all. Even if it's simple, just do it. And if you want to check the answer, you just go to our website, gatewaytoarabic.com, www.gatewaytoarabic.com, and go to the book section, and you can find the answer there for this book, book 3. And don't forget, please buy book 3 from our website, gatewaytoarabic.com. Well done. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and spread the word for us. Thank you so much. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is on page 25, and our topic of today is the genitive case. It's known in Arabic as the alamatul jar. Previously, we have covered the nominative case as well as accusative case. Now let's have a look at them briefly. So we have nominative case endings, alamatul raf'i fil asma'. You have dhamma or tanween al-dhamma when the noun is indefinite. These cases is carried by al-ismul mufrad, the singular noun, al-ismul mufrad al-munsarif. Also, you find it on top of jamu taksir, al-munsarif, the broken plural or irregular plural. Also, we find it on Jama' al-Mu'annath al-Salim, the regular feminine plural noun. Also it carries the default. Originally that's the Dhamma or Tanween al-Dhamma if it is not defined. Now, the Ani ending is for duo, al-Muthanna, Ani. And Una ending is for Jama' al-Mudhakkar Salim, and is for the regular masculine plural for human. Ayatun, as I said, that will carry, that's your Jama' Mu'annath Salim, which is your regular feminine plural. When it is not defined, it carries Tanween and Dhamma. When it's defined, carries a single Dhamma, like Al-Mu'allimatu. That has been dealt with previously in previous lesson. You may go and revise that. Now, equally, we have covered the accusative case endings, which is alamatun nasbi fil asma. Now, the default of that will be tanween fatha, which is carried by single mufrad al-munsarif, which is your singular noun, and also jamu taksir. It carries also by broken plural as well. Now, we've covered that as well in the previous lesson. Aini is for your al-muthanna, which is duo. And ina, it is for jama' mudhakkar salim, which is the masculine the plural, which is regular noun, like al-mu'allimina, mu'allimina, al-mu'allimina. Atin, now when you are dealing with the accusative case endings in the regular feminine feminine plural, which is jamu mu'annath salim, you use two kasra to represent fatha, to represent the accusative. When it's not defined, you have two kasra. When it's defined, you have one kasra. Now, today we're going to explain or talk or learn extensively about the genitive case. Genitive case, before that, remember one of the main noun carries the accusative. It will be the object, and we've already dealt with that. And this one, also you have subject carrying the nominative cases. Now, jar, alamatul jar, which is our genitive case. There are two reasons why a noun might end it with genitive case. You will learn those. One of them is preposition. Another one is what you call the idafa, which is your possessive construct. That will be explained as well. But first of all, mechanically, let's look at the case endings which represent the genitive. The first is two kasra, and the second one is one kasra. That's our default. So when you have the in, is not defined, when a noun is not defined, and single kasra when the noun is defined. Aini, similar, you can see now from here, it's similar to the accusative in the duo, and muthanna is the same ending. Aini could be as a sign of accusative if the noun, for instance, is object, al-maf'ul. It can be sign of genitive if it's al-majroor, for instance, if there is a preposition before it, or al-mudaf ilayhi, if it is second noun of the idafa or possessive construct. That will be explained, I promise. Now, ina ending, similar also to accusative sign, and that is for masculine plural, which is irregular plural. That will be illustrated. No, don't panic. Atin, again, that's genitive. It's similar to what is the accusative is carrying in the regular feminine plural. Now that's, I put it here for you to be able to compare and contrast between all these case endings. Yeah. So now, for instance, the accusative, the genitive we are doing today here. So for if you see al-muallimu ending here, clearly it is a nominative case ending, al-muallimu. As you can see, it is singular noun, it's defined, and that's why it's carrying single dhamma. That's not we've covered that previously. Now, here, al-muallimi, it's a singular and it's carrying case ending, which is e. That is genitive. That's a genitive case. Why? And because of this ma'a, as you will learn shortly, ma'a is one of the preposition in noun. After ma'a, the preposition will end with a genitive case. If it is singular, it's going to end with kasra. It is singular and is not defined, it ends with two kasra. If you say it without al, you say ma'a mu'allimin in isolation. Now, the second case, ayn ending, is carried when it says muthanna, which is duo. Ma'al mu'allimaini, with the two teachers. And ma'a, when it is followed by regular masculine plural, ina ending, ma'al mu'allimina, with the teachers, 3 or more male teachers. Now let's look at feminine. Ma'al mu'allimati, singular, similar to this one. Aina, or rather aini, should be aini ending. It's ma'al mu'allimataini, with two female teachers, and ma'al mu'allimati, with the 3 or more feminine teachers, and that is your at, because it's defined. Now, let's go to page 25 and analyze some of the sentences on that page, and I've already put it on board for you. We're going to look at the 6 sentences and to confirm the rules that we've established when we're talking about the case endings. Now, ذهب التلاميذ إلى المتحف مع المعلم. The pupils went to the museum with the teacher. Now, ذهب, that's your past tense verb. تلاميذ, that's a plural, hence is carrying dhamma because this is the subject. Al-fa'ilu, the doer. إلى المتحف, this is a singular noun and it's carrying kasra. Why? Because of ila. Ila is a preposition. So any singular noun coming after, immediately after ila, will end with a single kasra if it is defined, as this one is. If it's not defined, you will have 2 kasras. Ma'a, that's another preposition for you. The same thing, you have al-mu'allimi, a singular noun comes after it and it end up with single kasra because it is defined. Now the second one is equally, when you look at the feminine side, zahabat tilmidhatu instead of zahaba, because this tilmidhatu here is the feminine, that's plural of pupils as well. We use zahabat, but we converted the sukun on the ta originally to kasra because there is a sukun embedded here on the shadda. We don't want the clash between 2 sukuns. So ذهبت التلميذات إلى المتحف, the same, مع المعلمة, and the same case ending singular now. Let's look at the duo. ذهب التلاميذ, students or pupils went to the museum إلى المتحف مع المعلمين. Any ending is a signature of the duo to say, the noun after this ila, if the 2 of them, you end with any ending. If it's singular, it's e. The same thing for feminine here, equivalent. ذهبت التلميذات إلى المتحف مع المعلمتين. The pupils, feminine lot, إلى المتحف, they went to the museum with the two female teachers. Again, أين ending. The third one, which is the plural for masculine, ذهب التلاميذ إلى المتحف مع المعلمين. So ina ending is a sign of genitive when you have a preposition before it, and this is a plural, masculine plural, and that is a regular plural ending ina ending. For the feminine plural, regular one, ذهبت التلميذات إلى المتحف مع المعلمات. The pupils went to the museum with the teachers, feminine plural, and the kasra مع المعلمات. So what you need to do is to look at these case endings within the sentence and compare it what we explained at the beginning of the lesson in terms of all the case endings for nominative, for accusative, and for the genitive. Now, having gone through some of the sentences on page 25, when we established that if there is a preposition before a noun, that noun will end in genitive case ending. Right, now on page 26, I have detailed here 14 prepositions. Let's have a look at the first part on the board. So the first one is ila, and by the way, some of these prepositions, they are what we call true prepositions, and some are originally nouns, such as adverb of place, but the end game is the same. The effect they have on nouns is the same. Any noun after them will have genitive case ending. So ila is a true preposition. ذهب أبي إلى المطار. My father went to the airport. Al-Matar is the airport. We have this kasra, single kasra, because of the existence of ila before it. Number two, an. An can mean from, and it can mean about as well. Let me just mention that these prepositions, they have many meanings, really. It depends what is happening within the sentence itself. So an in this case is from. نزل الشرطي عن الحصان. So الشرطي, that is the policeman. So the policeman got down from his horse. An, so this an, why we have kasra here, we have sukun here. If you have L after an, that sukun will be converted to kasra to make it easier for you to link with this sukun, because we're not allowed to have two sukuns side by side. So, نزل الشرطي عن الحصان. Now, الشرطي is your subject, the doer, hence is carrying dhamma, because it is defined as we have explained when we were talking about the subject and object. نزل الشرطي عن الحصان. Number three, في can mean in or at. دخل المجرم في السجن. The criminal entered the prison. Now, fi, preposition, we have sijin, and that is the prison, is ending with kasra because of existence of fi, which is a true preposition as well. So these four are true prepositions. So ala نامت البنت على السرير. The girl slept on the bed. So al-bintu is your subject. Again, we converted the namat sukun into kasra to make it easier for us to read more smoothly. So namat al-bintu ala al-sariri. The girl slept on the bed. Next one is wara. I put those in green. Those are originally nouns, really, the adverb of place. وراء وقف محمود وراء الباب. Mahmud, so وقف Mahmud stood behind the door. So وراء is behind, and the noun after it will be in a genitive position. وقف محمود وراء الباب. That's when you have كسرة there. Next one. خلف قام حسن خلف الطابور. Hassan stood at the back of the queue. So خلف at the back. Again you have the طابوري, the queue, ending in كسرة, genitive case. B. قشرت الفاكهة بالسكين. Now, I peeled the fruit with the knife. Now, قشرت, that's a فعل وفاعل. This is, we have the verb and we have the doer subject. That's a قشرت, I am the subject. Now, hence you have al-fakihata is your object, and hence is carrying accusative ending, case ending, and fatiha. You may like to revise the previous lesson to refresh your understanding of subject and object. But B, that's a preposition, hence you have sikini ending in kesra. Right, so we have how many so far? We have واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة. So out of 14 we have سبعة. Let's put the rest on so and complete our analysis of page 26. Now the next preposition on page 26 is ma'a. Ma'a means with. ذهبت أختي. أختي is my sister. ذهبت went. ma'a with. المعلمة with the female teacher. We have كسرة here because of ma'a. ذهبت أختي مع المعلمة إلى المكتبة. إلى is also a preposition. المكتبة, the library, is ending in كسرة, and that's because of إلى. Next one, بين. بين means between. So we have, it can also mean among. بين, so سقط الجورب بين الثلاجة والغسالة. The sock fell between the fridge and the washing machine. So الثلاجة is كسرة because of بين. Between the fridge والغسالة. غسالة, washing machine, also كسرة because wa is carrying forward the effect of بين, as if you were saying بين الثلاجة وبين الغسالة, but you don't repeat the بين. It's understood that wa is carrying the effect of بين. So سقط الجورب بين الثلاجة والغسالة. Next one, تحت. All these are originally noun, really. They are, adverb of place. تحت. وضع محمود الهدية تحت الطاولة. Mahmoud put the gift under the table. الهدية, the gift, and that is a مفعول به, and that is your object. Hence, you have the fatha on it. وضع محمود. So Mahmud is the subject of the verb. وضع محمود الهدية تحت الطاولة. طاولة is كسرة, that's genitive case because of تحت. Next one, فوق, and that's above. Next one, it will be رفع المدير العلم. رفع المدير العلم فوق البوابة. So the headmaster raised the flag above the, I put بوابة here, فوق and that is gate. المبنى will be the building. فوق البوابة, that's a more obvious كسرة there. فوق البوابة. من also is preposition, and that is from. أخذ المعلم. أخذ المعلم الصفارة من الولد. Now, المعلم is the subject of أخذ. الصفارة, which is a whistle, the whistle is the object. That's why it's carrying فتحة. أخذ المعلم الصفارة من الولد, from the boy. Now, again, as explained before, min has sukun. When it's followed by al, you convert that sukun to a fatha to make it easy to read. أخذ المعلم الصفارة من الولد. The teacher took the whistle from the boy. Next one. أمام, in front of. وقفت الحافلة. Again, the sukun on the ta has been converted to kasra because we have another sukun here and we're not allowed to have two sukun side by side. وقفت الحافلة. الحافلة is your subject, the bus. أمام المدرسة. The bus stopped in front of the school. أمام المدرسة. You have genitive case there. The last one is li. قرأت المعلمة. The same principle, the sukun on ta مفتوحة, it's been converted to kasra for smooth reading, really. قرأت المعلمة قصة. The female teacher read a story. قصة, that is your object, مفعول به. Hence is carrying two fatha because it's not defined. And then we have adjective which need to be the same gender and the same case ending. قصة قصيرة. So the female teacher read a short story. للبنات. للبنات, that's li, that's your preposition. The teacher, female teacher, read a short story to the girls. Here we are on page 26. We have gone through all the prepositions mentioned on this page. So please do your revision for me. Thorough revision on page 25 and page 26. Now, you have exercise 10 on page 27 to confirm your understanding of this principle in terms of the case ending when a noun has a preposition before it. Please do that for me. You will see how many? 10 sentences. Here you have ذهبنا إلى. You need to choose the correct one here. Look at the case ending closely and choose the correct noun which is coming after the preposition for me. The first one, for instance, you have option. That's actually mean the museum. Al-Muthafu, that's the U ending. Al-Muthafi, that's Kesra ending. Al-Muthafa, Fatha ending. Now you need to decide which one. As you know, the museum, the singular, you have ila. This al-muthafi, it will be the correct one because al-muthafu, that's nominative case, and muthafa, that is accusative case, and you need genitive case when you have a noun comes immediately after a preposition. So the answer will be al-muthafi. So ذهبنا إلى المتحف مع المعلمين. We went to the museum with the teachers. Again, معلمين. Please do that for me, and good luck. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel for us, and also please forward the video to your contacts so we can have as many students as possible to benefit from this series, inshallah, God willing. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 28 all the way to page 32, and it is about genitive showing possession. You may ask, what is the genitive showing possession? Quite rightly, the genitive showing possession is what is known in Arabic as al-idafa. Al-idafa. And al-idafa means having two nouns, one immediately after the other. And the first noun is attributed to the second noun, meaning the first noun belongs to the second noun. That's what is called al-idafa construction. Let's unpack this and make it a little bit easier for us. Now, imagine you have now muallimun, that means a teacher. Madrasatun, that means a school. They are indefinite nouns. You can say, I met a teacher. It could be any teacher. That is not specific. That's what means indefinite means. But if you want to say something is defined, you can use article the. If you say, I met the teacher, that means that teacher is known to you and known to me as well. That is specific, that's called defined. You can also define a noun by attributing it to anything. If I say, I saw your teacher, that teacher now is been defined. My teacher, his teacher, school teacher, university teacher, and so on. That is idafa. Now, we've established that. Now, let's look at now. Idafa means you put those two nouns one after the other. Like here. Muallimun, madrasatun. Now, you can say that's now idafa construct, meaning a school teacher. The teacher belongs to a school. So, the school is not defined. But teacher now, by virtue of attributing it to something, that's a defined noun. So if that's the case, there is a particular, there are some regulation, if you like, or rules governing the first part of this idafa construct. The first noun in this construction is known as mudafun. Mudaf means a noun that is been attributed to another noun. That's mudaf. There are some rules governing that. Number one, because it's a defined noun, you are not allowed to put tenween. You cannot put double tenween, either un or an or in. It cannot happen. So you're not allowed to put un or an or in, because they tenween giving us indication that that noun is not defined. And a noun cannot be defined and undefined at the same time. So therefore, no tanween of any kind on mudaf. Number two, you are not also allowed to put L. If you put L, such as here, that will be completely wrong. So L is not allowed because a noun has been defined already. So no tanween of any kind, no L at all. So that's the first part of this construct. Mudaf, no tanween, no L. Now let's look what else, what can happen now? What are the vowels that we can expect to on mudaf? You can expect to be Dhamma, single Dhamma, if there's nothing else happening before that construct. Or if you have a verb and this mudaf happen to be fa'il, the doer, subject, then you put single Dhamma. Or you may have fatha on it if you have a verb here which makes this one to becomes maf'ulun bihi, to becomes the object. For instance, you can say ra'aytu, I saw. So I can put this one here for you. So you can say ra'aytu. Ra'aytu, I saw a school teacher. Now mu'allima now is maf'ulun bihi. Is now carrying accusative ending. Or you can put kasra if there is a preposition here. For instance, I went with. Dhahabtu ma'a. So, for instance, you can put that one here. If you say dhahabtu ma'a, then becomes muallimi. Dhahabtu ma'a muallimi. Then, so, mudaf, the first part of the idafa construct, can take or may take dhamma as necessary, or fatha if it is required, or kasra if it is required as well. So we know what you are not allowed to do to mudaf. Now we know what you may do to mudaf. Now let's switch our attention now to the second part of the idafa construct. The second part is not automatically defined. You may decide to define it. So here is not defined, therefore, and mudaf ilayhi, the second part, always has to be in a genitive case. You use the correct case of genitive case endings on mudaf ilayhi. Important thing is the second noun in this construct always has to be in genitive situation. Now, the genitive here, this is not defined and is a singular noun. So what we are going to do now is, let's just remove this one and you put it to kasra. So it becomes muallimu madrasatin. That is perfect. If you define the second noun, then you put a single kasra, al-madrasati. So this, you can see, you may define the second noun or you may not define it. That's fine. But the case ending has to be a genitive case ending. Muallimu madrasatin or muallimu al-madrasati. That's correct. Here again, ra'aytu muallima madrasatin. It's not defined. If it's defined, ra'aytu muallima al-madrasati. Dhahabtu ma'a muallimi madrasatin or dhahabtu ma'a muallimi al-madrasati. In summary, the idafa construct or genitive showing possession idafa is two nouns, one after the other, with nothing in between them. The first part is called mudaf. And the first part, mudaf, cannot have al and no tanween of any kind. And it may have dhamma or fatha or kasra as necessary. The second part of the idafa construct is called mudaf ilayhi, and it's not automatically defined. You may decide to define it using al. However, the case ending must always be genitive case. So you need to check those genitive case in the previous lesson to know when to put what. Now that we have established the rules and the principle governing the idafa or the possessive construction, let's look at the sentences on page 28 all the way to page 31 to illustrate those rules. Now we start with the singular mudaf, the second noun of the construct in the singular noun. And let's look at this sentence. So we have دخل معلم المدرسة في القطار. The school's teacher, masculine, entered the train. So this is the singular form with a nominative noun. Now this is nominative case because in this sentence the muallim, a teacher, is the subject of the verb. دخل معلم المدرسة, and we have a single dhamma because, as we have already learned, this noun, it is a definite noun because it's been attributed to the second noun. دخل معلم المدرسة. Now the second noun, which is the school, is in the genitive position, in line with what we have explained, that the second noun of the idafa construct will always be in a genitive case. Now in this case, because it's a singular noun, is carrying single kasra because it is a defined noun. دخل معلم المدرسة في القطار, in the train. Now the train here also kasra for different reason, and that is existence of preposition في. دخل معلم المدرسة في القطار. The school's teacher entered the train. Now the second sentence is the same as the first one, except that this is actually feminine. دخلت معلمة المدرسة في القطار. The school's teacher, in this case feminine, معلمة, entered the train. So this is the nominative case. Now let's move to the accusative case, which is this one. رأيت معلم المدرسة في القطار. I saw the school's teacher in the train. Now, muallima here is your object. That's why it's carrying accusative case ending. Ra'aytu is verb and the subject. I am the subject. Ra'aytu, I saw. Muallima, and that is the object, hence the accusative case ending. رأيت معلم المدرسة في القطار. And feminine equivalent, رأيت معلمة المدرسة في القطار. Now let's move now to the genitive case. So nominative, accusative, and then genitive. We know there are two reasons where a noun may end with a genitive case. And that is, number one, if we have a preposition before that noun. Number two, if that noun is the second noun within the idafa construct or possessive construction. Now, jalastu ma'a muallimi. I sat with. Ma'a is a preposition. Hence, we have this kasra. It is simple kasra because muallim here, it is defined now because it's been attributed to another noun. جلست مع معلم المدرسة, that's your second noun, and in the إضافة construct, and is carrying كسرة. جلست مع معلم المدرسة في القطار. I sat with the school's teacher, it's a masculine, in the train. And the second sentence is the same, but this time is feminine. جلست مع معلمتي. جلست مع معلمة المدرسة في القطار. I sat with the school's teacher, that's feminine singular, in the train. Now, the next now is to look at the sentences in which the first noun of the إضافة construct is al-muthanna, is dual. Now, the dual in Arabic, if you remember, in a nominative case, you just put any at the end of the original singular noun, such as muallimun becomes muallimani. Muallimatun becomes muallimatani. Now, let's look at what happens to these two nouns when we find them within the إضافة construct. دخل معلما. Here we are. We have removed the noun of any when we are dealing with إضافة, because now the first noun is actually defined. Now, to acknowledge that, the noun has been removed. دخل معلما المدرسة. The second noun remains as usual genitive case. So this is nominative. Nominative ending has been reduced by removing the noun and keep the alif of ithnain. دخل معلم المدرسة في القطار. The school's two male teachers enter the train. Same thing with the feminine. دخلت معلمتا. We remove the noun as well. دخلت معلمتا المدرسة في القطار. Now, that is, as I said, nominative. Now let's move to the accusative. The accusative ending usually under normal circumstances will be معلمين. For instance, you can say, oh, I saw two teachers, رأيت معلمين. But when we have these any ending within the إضافة construct, again we need to remove the noun. So معلمين becomes معلمي. Now we put كسرة here to avoid clash with another sukun. So رأيت معلمي المدرسة في القطار. I saw the school's two male teachers in the train. So next one is feminine equivalent. رأيت معلمتي. That's coming from معلمتين. رأيت معلمتي المدرسة في القطار. I saw the school's two female teachers in the train. Now, let's move to the genitive. Genitive cases in the muthanna, in the dual, is identical to the accusative ending. So, muallimaini, muallimataini. Again, we do the same thing. We remove the noun. We say, jalastu ma'a muallimay al-madrasati fil qitari. So, I sat with the school's two male teachers. And then the second one, jalastu ma'a muallimatay al-madrasa. I sat with the school's two female teachers as well, teachers. Now, so if you compare to what we did before in the singular, we said dakhala muallimu al-madrasati, dakhala muallimatu al-madrasati, and the rest of the sentence. We say ra'aytu muallima al-madrasati, ra'aytu muallimata al-madrasati, and we said jalastu ma'a muallimi, jalastu ma'a muallimati. But in the dual, because they are coming from ani, nominative, aini, accusative, and genitive, simply just remove the noun. Muallima, معلمتا معلمي معلمتي معلمي معلمتي. So what left now is what about if the mudaf, which is the first noun of the idafa construct, if it is in plural format, that's what we need to find out next. Now let's now look at the situation whereby the first noun of the idafa construct is a sound masculine plural. Now the case ending of sound masculine plural originally is una ending, muallimuna, and when it is accusative or genitive, it's ending ina, muallimina. We have explained that before. If this is new to you, please revise the previous lessons. Right, so in the idafa construct, we're going to remove the noun as we did in ani and aini. دخل معلمو المدرسة في القطار. So the school's male teachers entered the train. رأيت معلمي, I saw, رأيت معلمي المدرسة في القطار. I saw the school's teachers in the train. جلست مع معلمي المدرسة في القطار. I sat with the school's teachers in the train. So that's your nominative, accusative, and genitive. Now the next one we're going to do now, it will be if the first noun of the idafa construct happens to be feminine plural, which is your jama' mu'annath salim. After that, we're going to look at the broken plural. So the next analysis is if the first noun of the idafa construct is sound feminine plural, what will happen then? Simple. It's very similar to what we did when we are talking about the singular noun. Muallimatu is muallimatun originally, so we just reduce the tanween into a single dhamma in the nominative case. دخلت معلمات المدرسة في القطار. The school's female teachers enter the train. رأيت معلمات المدرسة في القطار. I saw the school's female teachers in the train. Now, you see the kasra, and that's representing the accusative case ending. And similarly, kasra as well, representing the genitive case ending. جلست مع معلمات المدرسة في القطار. I sat with the school's female teachers in the train. Now, we have dealt with the singular, nominative, and that's simply say muallimu, muallimul madrasati. And we have dealt with the accusative as well, muallima, muallimata, and the genitive, muallimi, muallimati. The muthanna, the dual, we say we remove the noun, and it becomes muallima without the noun, muallimata without the noun. In the genitive and accusative, aini becomes muallima, muallimai, muallimatay, and so on. The plural as well, which is the sound masculine plural, we remove the noun, muallimuna becomes muallimu, muallimina in genitive and accusative becomes muallimi. Noun is gone. But in the plural, which is feminine, sound feminine plural, all thing we need to do just to reduce the tanween dhamma into single dhamma, and we put a kasra and kasra for accusative and genitive ending. Now, the only one left now is broken plural. We will talk about broken plural in the future, but for now, let's look at the case ending within the idafa construct. ذهب أولاد المدرسة إلى الملعب. It's like a singular, just simple single dhamma in nominative. ذهب أولاد المدرسة إلى الملعب. وجدت, this means the school's boys went to the playground. وجدت أولاد المدرسة في الملعب. I found the school's boys in the playground. لعبت مع أولاد المدرسة. I played with the school's boys in the playground. In the nominative, single dhamma. In the accusative, fatha, just as we did in the singular. And in the genitive, you have kasra, ma'al awladi. This concludes the first analysis of the idafa construct. I hope you will be able to revise this thoroughly because it's very important to understand this construct. It's very, very common. Once you start reading anything in Arabic, just look for them. When you see the two nouns, one after another, look at the case ending. Now, the first part is can be single dhamma, it can be single fatha, single kesra. But the second of that construct, always in the genitive. And you have learned your genitive cases. So always look for it. If you see kesra underneath a noun, you know that's caused by one of two things. Either you have a preposition before it, or that noun happens to be the second noun of idafa construct. Good luck to you in your studies, and we are making progress. Please don't give up. Be brave. Come on. It's a challenge, and it's a wonderful challenge. Let's go together. And don't forget to spread this video around for me so that many learners also may benefit from it. And subscribe to the channel. Many thanks. شكرا جزيلا. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is going to be from page 31. Let me remind you of the essential rules governing the idafa construct, or what we know is known as possessive construction. And possessive construction, al-idafa, is when you have two nouns, one immediately after the other, and there's nothing separate them, nothing at all. And the first noun is attributed to the second noun, which means the first noun is a defined noun. The second noun, not necessarily defined, but you may define it by adding, let's say, L. And we learn also the second noun is always in the genitive case ending. Now, what happens then if we wish to describe the first noun, and we have already said that nothing should interfere between the two nouns? Now, what will happen is we write the adjectives which belong to the first noun after the second noun. But of course, the case ending is the secret which will help us to identify the owner of that adjective. Let's have a look at the following sentences on the board. Right, okay. If you look at these, the first line, which is I thank the new teacher of the school. Here, the new teacher. Teacher is the new. Now, let's look at the Arabic. Shakartu, that means I thanked. Shakartu muallimata. That's teacher. That is the object of the verb. I, shakartu, I am the subject. Muallimata is the object. And we know the object carries accusative case ending. And because it is singular, it is fatha. So we know that is the object of the verb. Now, this is the idafa construct. This is the possessive construction. Mu'allimata is a noun, al-madrasati is a noun. There's nothing between them. So, Mu'allimat al-madrasa, teacher of the school, and we have our obligatory genitive case there. Now, this is an adjective. We know the adjectives always copies the noun that is modifying. So we will know adjectives must be of the same in gender to the noun, must be of the same in whether it's defined or not defined. It must have the same case ending. So that is our clues. Now let's have a look now. Al-jadidata, is it defined now? Yes, it is a defined adjective. Fine. This one is defined by virtue attributed to madrasa? Yes. Al-madrasa? Yes. So far, both of them may lay claims on this adjective. What else happened now? This is defined adjective and it is feminine. Correct? This is a feminine noun. This is a feminine noun. Nothing separates them so far. Now, adjective, what else happened there? We have the case ending. Case ending is mansub. It's the accusative case ending. Now, let's have a look at now. This one, no, that's genitive case ending. That's it. That cannot be the owner of this adjective. Mu'allimata is the accusative ending. So, we can tell the school is not the new. No, it is the teacher who's the new. So that's why we say, I thank the new teacher of the school. Shakartu mu'allimata al-madrasati al-jadidata. So al-jadidata belongs to mu'allima. Next one. Shakartu mu'allimata al-madrasati al-jadidati. What about if we say with now adjective this time, we put kasra, which is genitive case. Yes, it is defined. This is defined. This is defined. Okay, this is feminine. This is feminine. This is feminine. But look at the case ending. The case ending in the adjective is the genitive case ending. Genitive case. Now, this is not genitive case. So this time, the new belongs to the madrasa. Hence, we say, I thank the teacher of the new school. You see how important the case ending is. Really, really important to be able to track what is going on within the sentence. It's a beautiful system where you will know the owner of the adjective by virtually doing this analysis of what is happening, the nature of the adjective. Next one. Jalastu ma'a muallim al-madrasat al-jadid. I sat with the new teacher of the school. Right. What's happening here? Al-jadid is an adjective and is masculine and is carrying kasra, which is genitive case. Now, this is defined. Adjective is defined. Al-madrasa is also defined. But you see, this is carrying kasra because of ma, as we learned before, and this is carrying kasra because it's the second noun of the idafa or possessive construct. This also is carrying kasra, so we don't know yet the owner of that particular adjective. But let's look more closely. This is a masculine adjective. This is feminine. It cannot belong to this one. So it must be the owner must be muallimi. Muallimi is defined now and is masculine. So therefore, the teacher is the new here. Hence we're saying I sat with the new teacher of the school. Next one. Jalastu ma'a muallimatil madrasatil jadidati. Here, let's see what's happening. Let's escalate this. Now, ma'a is preposition. Muallimati is genitive because of preposition. And muallimati is feminine. And it is defined now by virtue of attributing it to the madrasa. Now, madrasa is also defined and is feminine now and is carrying genitive case. So, muallimati, madrasati, al-jadidat is also carrying kasra and is feminine and is defined. So, all of them, they're equal in this situation. So, in this, al-jadidati belongs to which one? Okay, al-jadidati, feminine, feminine, kasra, kasra, feminine, kasra. Now, that is ambiguities in there. That is not as clear cut. You need to look for external clue to be able to determine within the passage, perhaps, to determine who is the owner of this adjective this time. So, but in isolation like this, without any other surrounding fact, you may translate it in two ways. You may say, I sat with the new teacher. You can say the jadidati belongs to the teacher. Fine, and you will be right. I sat with the new teacher of the school. Or if you translate it as I sat with the teacher of the new school. Also, if I'm marking that paper, I have to give you 100%. So in this kind of situation, we will look within the passage and see any other surrounding facts which will help us to really isolate one or the other. Now, let's look at further examples of the idafa with adjectives. Now, the first one, أخذت قلم التلميذة الجديدة. Al-jadida here, that is your adjectives. Analyze it for me. You will see al-jadid, that's a defined adjective, and it is masculine, and it is ending with fatha, which is accusative case ending. Now, let's now look at these two nouns in this idafa construct. Qalam, that's masculine, and it is a defined noun, and is carrying accusative, case ending. Therefore, qalam is the new, because the second noun, it is ending as usual with the genitive case, in this case kasra. So أخذت قلم التلميذة الجديدة. I took the pupil's new pen. The pen is the new one. Next one. أخذت مسطرة التلميذ الجديدة. Now, الجديدة now, the adjective is defined and is feminine and it is carrying accusative sign. So, who is the, or what is the owner of this adjective here? It's a مسطرة. أخذت مسطرة, and that is ruler. أخذت مسطرة التلميذ الجديدة. I took the pupil's new ruler. Ruler here is the new. We know that because it's an adjective, it is feminine, and is carrying the same case ending. Next one. أخذت قلم التلميذ الجديدة. Here we know الجديدة, it belongs to qalam. Just as here, this one is feminine, of course. So this is masculine, masculine, masculine. But we can tell that it belongs to qalam because it's carrying accusative case ending. Next one. أخذت قلم التلميذ الجديد. Al-jadid here is masculine. Qalam is masculine and is defined noun. Tilmidh is also masculine as a defined noun. Al-jadid this time belongs to the pupil here. قلم التلميذ الجديد. Next, أخذت مسطرة التلميذة الجديدة. Here we have adjective which is feminine and is defined and is carrying accusative case ending, just as مسطرة is feminine, is defined noun, and is carrying accusative case ending. تلميذتي, however, is كسرة, it's carrying genitive. So الجديدة belong to مسطرة, which is the ruler. Last one. أخذت مسطرة التلميذة الجديدة. الجديدة belongs to تلميذتي because this is feminine, is carrying genitive case ending, and this is feminine, is carrying genitive case ending, and مسطرة, although it's feminine and it's defined, but is carrying fatha, which is accusative because it is مفعول به, it is object of the verb. So this is how you learn gradually how to identify the owner of the adjectives, and also analysis of language, really, grammar. For instance, here you say أخذت, and that's a فعل وفاعل, verb, and the subject. قلم is مفعول به, it's called object, and it's carrying case ending, which is accusative case ending, and it's fatha, only fatha, because it's a defined noun by virtue of attributing it to the noun after it. That's idafa construct. And you say at-tilmidati, you say that is mudafu ilayhi. It is noun with, to which other noun has been attributed. So mudaf ilayhi, and mudaf ilayhi da'iman, as we've already established previous lessons, the mudaf ilayhi da'iman always ends with genitive case ending, appropriate genitive case ending. In this case, it's a singular and it's carrying kasra. Al-jadida, that's your adjective, sifa or not. Al-jadida, and it belongs to qalam, because they are of the same gender and they're both defined and they're both carrying the accusative case ending. So here we are. All those sets, you can revise that for me on page 31 as well as on page 32. Now, please do exercise 11 for me to prove that you have fully understood this particular grammar point. Well done. Please, 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 please go back at the beginning of the book and revise it, because it's a cumulative process, so that you don't miss anything out. I don't want any gap in your knowledge. Let be patient. We follow it gradually. All the other things that are coming, because we're only doing book 3, you have book 4 to go through, book 5, book 6, book 7, and the rest. So good luck with your studies, and don't forget to continue learning your vocabulary. And if you have not subscribe to the channel yet, please do so, and send these links to your contacts, so we want as many learners of Arabic to benefit from this class as possible. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson will be from page 33, and it is about our cardinal numbers, known in Arabic as al-a'dad al-asliyah. As with many things in Arabic, you have masculine version as well as feminine version. Let's go through them. واحد, واحدة, اثنان, اثنتان, ثلاث, ثلاثة, أربع, أربعة, خمس, خمسة, ست, ستة, سبع, سبعة, ثمان, ثمانية, تسع, تسعة, عشر, عشرة. That's 1 to 10 for you in both masculine and feminine. One more time. واحد, واحدة, اثنان, اثنتان, ثلاث, ثلاثة, أربع, أربعة, خمس, خمسة, ست, ستة, سبع, سبعة, ثمان, ثمانية, تسع, تسعة, عشر, عشرة. Now, let's do the analysis of these numbers, how they are used within the sentence. Now we're going to concentrate first on number 1 and number 2 because they have separate rules governing them. Then we move to number 3 to number 10 and we'll look at the rules governing them as well. Now let's look at page 34 and analyze examples of the numbers 1 and number 2 in use. وصل ولد ومعلمان إلى المحطة. A boy, that's waladun, and 2 teachers, that's muallimani, arrived at the station. وصل إلى المحطة. You will see that waladun is carrying 2 dhamma because it's the subject of the verb. Muallimani also is part of the subject of the verb because there are 2 teachers. We know the nominative case ending for that will be any ending. So, وَمُعَلِّمَانِ إِلَى الْمَحَطَّةِ, to the station. In Arabic, you don't necessarily have to use number 1 and number 2 because you have the way to tell us the noun is 1, such as waladun, and muallimani. Any ending automatically gives us the meaning of 2. That's a dual. But if you want to use number 1 and number 2, you use them after the noun, more or less like an emphasis, such as wajadtu waladan. I found a boy. Waladan here is your maf'ulun bihi, is your object, and that's why it's carrying tanween fatha. That's why it's carrying 2 fatha, which is an accusative case ending for a noun that is singular and is not defined. Wajadtu waladan wahidan. Now you're using 1. If you don't use wahidan here, the meaning stays the same, but this is for emphasis, and that's why number 1 and number 2 will come only after the noun rather than at the beginning, as you will find in the case of number 3 onwards. Wajadtu waladan wahidan fil maktabati. I found 1 boy in the library. Next one. So this section is the masculine we are dealing with now. Wajadtu muallimaini ithnaini. I found 2 teachers, that's male. Without ithnaini, we know already there are 2 of them. So if you have to use or you want to use ithnain, you use it after the noun, and they must be of the same gender. Hence you have waladan, that's a masculine, wahidan is a masculine, and it's behaving like adjective as well. It's carrying the same case ending. Here muallimaini, that's a masculine duo. Ithnaini, that's masculine duo as well. Wajadtu muallimaini ithnaini inda al-mudiri. I found 2 teachers, masculine, with the headmaster. Number 4, shakara al-mudiru. Mudiru here is your subject as a fa'il. Ithnaini min al-muallimina. The head teacher or headmaster thanked 2 of the teachers. Now let's look at what's happening there. Shakara is your verb, that's a fa'ilun, and al-mudiru is your subject, which is al-fa'il, and ithnaini, that's object. Shakara al-mudiru ithnaini. We know the object will carry aini ending if there are 2 of them. Min al-muallimina. Now let's do the same thing now using feminine. So wasalat bintun instead of wasala waladun, we quote a girl. Wa muallimatani instead of muallimani. That's 2 male teacher and there's 2 female teachers. Ila al-mahatta. Feminine examples: 1 girl and 2 teachers, feminine, arrived at the station. Next one, wajadtu bintan instead of wajadtu waladan. I found a girl. Wahidatan, we're using the same gender. Here, waladan wahidan, but here is bintan wahidatan. So they have to match in terms of gender and in terms of the case ending as well. في المكتبة. So I found one girl in the library. Next one. وجدت معلمتين. I found two female teachers. Here we say وجدت معلمين. That's two male teachers. وجدت معلمتين اثنتين. Here is the same gender, but here you say معلمين اثنين. Masculine, masculine, duo, duo. Here feminine, feminine, duo, and duo as well. Last one. شكرت المديرة اثنتين. Here شكر المدير اثنين, because the head teacher is thanking two teachers. Here مديرة, the feminine, the head mistress, is thanking two female teachers. شكرت المديرة اثنتين من المعلمات. So I put all these for you so that you can compare and contrast and establish firm understanding. And the understanding I want you to get from this is this. Number one and number two, you don't necessarily need to use them, but if you have to, don't put them at the beginning, put them after the noun. You say waladun wahidun, waladani ithnani, bintun wahidatun, bintani ithnatani. That's how you use number one and number two. You can see they will be of the same gender. So we'll compare that and contrast it to when we now establish analyzing the number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which will be our next analysis. Let's go for it. Now let's analyze the cardinal numbers 3 to 10. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Unlike number 1 and number 2, where we need to mention those two numbers after the noun, the number 3 to number 10, you will mention the number first. That's first rule. Second rule is those numbers 3 to 10 will have to be opposite gender of what is being counted. Meaning, if you are counting 3 boys, you use number 3 in a feminine form. You say ثلاثة أولاد. Rule number 3, the item being counted will be plural ending in the genitive case, just like we did in al-idafa, possessive construct, because it is regarded as that idafa construct. So the first, the number itself will be mudaf, and the item being counted will be mudaf ilayhi. Hence, we need to end with genitive case. ثلاثة أولاد. Now, example, ثلاثة بيوت. Bayt, house, is a masculine noun, and the plural is buyutun. But when you have this construct, you say ثلاثة, that's feminine number, buyutin, and that's the genitive case. ثلاثة بيوت. Now, if you are counting girls, with feminine, you use masculine number. ثلاث بنات. ثلاث بنات. Once you say ثلاث, which is masculine, the item after the ثلاث must be feminine. أربعة أولاد. 4 boys. Once you start saying أربعة, we know you must count something which is masculine. أربع, 4 in the masculine format. The item after that must be feminine now. أربع معلمات. خمسة, you need to count here masculine. خمسة معلمين. 5 male teachers. خمس ساعات. 5 hours. ساعة is a feminine noun, and plural ساعات. So خمس ساعات. 6 أبواب. باب, a door, is masculine. Plural is أبواب. 6 أبواب. So you need to put 2 كسرة to identify as its genitive ending. 6 أبواب. 6 طاولات. The tables, 6 tables. 6 طاولات. 7 كتب. 7 books. Kitab is masculine. Sab'atu kutubin. As you can see, it's like idafa construct. This is your mudaf and this is your mudafu ilayhi. Now, sab'u mumarridatin. 7 nurses. That's a feminine. Plural of mumarridatun. Thamaniyatu aqlamin. That's 8 pens. Qalam is masculine. ثماني تلميذات, and that is 8 pupils, 8 students. So again, we're counting feminine here. We have chosen the masculine number. Tis'atu, that's feminine number. 9 items after that must be masculine. Tis'atu rijalin, 9 men. Tis'u sayyaratin, 9 cars. Asharatu durusin. Lesson is masculine. Dars. Durus is your plural. Asharatu durusin. 10 lessons. Ashru, and that's masculine number. So items after that must be feminine. Ashru darrajatin. 10 bikes. Darrajatun is feminine, a feminine noun. So that is the principle for you. Number 1, number 2, they always match in gender, but they must come after the noun. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they'll need to come at the beginning before the noun, and they must be opposite gender of item being counted. Now, let's illustrate the rules that we have just explained regarding number 3 to number 10, using them within sentences. Let's have a go. So, هذا حبيب. This is Habib. عمره 10 سنوات. He is 10 years وخمسة أشهر and 5 months old. Let's analyze that. هذا حبيب. This is Habib. عمره. عمر means age. And then we have attached pronoun. His age. عمره. His age is 10. That's 10, and that is masculine. Once you say masculine number, then what comes after that in terms of number 3 to number 10 must be feminine nouns. Let's have a look. 10 سنوات. Sana is a year and it's feminine noun. 10 years. 10 سنوات. وخمسة. Now we mentioned خمسة now. This feminine version of number 5, what comes after it must be masculine noun. وخمسة أشهر. أشهر, months, is masculine. And 5 months. هذا حبيب عمره 10 سنوات وخمسة أشهر. Now let's now compare this sentence to this next sentence. هذه فاطمة. Fatima is a girl. Here هذا حبيب. This is Habib. هذا حبيب. This is Habib. هذه فاطمة. عمرها as opposed to عمره. His age عمره. Her age عمرها. 9, that's a number 9, and it is a masculine. Then we have to mention a feminine noun after that. 9 سنوات. 9 years. وأربعة, and that's number 4, feminine version. The noun after it must be masculine. وأربعة أشهر, and 4 months. Next sentence. هذا حمزة. This is Hamza. عمره, his age. Hamza is a girl, is a boy. Hamza is a boy. هذا حمزة. This is Hamza. عمره, his age is 6. That's number 6, and that is a masculine number. The noun after it must be feminine noun. 6 سنوات. 6 years. وسبعة, and that's a feminine 7 number, سبعة أشهر, and 7 months. Last sentence, هذه سلمى. This is Salma. Salma is a girl. هذه سلمى. This is Salma. عمرها, her age is 8 سنوات, 8 years. and ثلاثة, that's a feminine number, number 3, وثلاثة أشهر, and 3 months. So that is the principle of number 3, the cardinal number of number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, please go to page 33 and revise that page for me thoroughly, and then please do exercise number 12, exercise number 12, and exercise number 13 as well, to confirm your understanding of what we have just learned. Work hard for me. There's a vocabulary there for you to help you out to be able to understand and carry out these exercise number 12 and exercise 13 as well. Come on, keep going. You'll get there. Be a good student in my class. I'm sure you are. But I want evidence of that to see that you are making progress. Please leave your comment below, and I do my best. If you require any response, I try my best to respond to your questions. In the meantime, please subscribe to the channel and spread the link to this video to as many people as possible, so that the learning of Arabic everywhere in the world may derive benefit from it. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be on page 36, and we are going to be learning the ordinal numbers. The ordinal numbers in Arabic is known as al-a'dad al-tartibiyya. We have learned number 1 to 10 of the cardinal numbers, which is known in Arabic as al-a'dad al-asliyya. Let's talk a little bit about al-a'dad al-tartibiyya. Number 1, the a'dad al-tartibiyya, or the ordinal numbers, they are used as adjectives, and as a result they come after the noun that they are modifying. That's number 1. Number 2, most of the time they are defined, as you can see, al-wahidu, al-thalithu, and so on, because they usually define or describe a defined noun. And of course they have to be of the same gender. That's why we have masculine and feminine. And the pattern of them is fa'il pattern, wahid, thani, thalith, which is known as the active participle pattern. Now let's read through these ordinal numbers together. Al-awwalu, al-ula, the first. Another version of the first is al-wahidu, al-wahidatu. You will know later on when you should use al-wahidu or use al-awwal later. Al-thani, al-thaniyatu. the second, masculine and feminine. الثالث الثالثة, the third. الرابع الرابعة, the fourth. الخامس الخامسة, the fifth. السادس السادسة, the sixth. السابع السابعة, the seventh. الثامن الثامنة, the eighth. التاسع التاسعة, the ninth. العاشر العاشرة, the 10th. Now let's look at these أعداد ترتيبية or ordinal numbers from 1 to 10 acting as adjective to a noun. Now let's start with the اليوم. اليوم meaning the day. اليوم الأول, the first day. اليوم is مذكر, is masculine, and because the ordinal number first is acting as an adjective, is also masculine, and you can see the case ending is the same. اليوم الأول, and they are both defined. اليوم الأول. السنة الأولى, we're using feminine السنة, therefore that's why we are choosing this, the ula, which is feminine form of the first, so the first year. اليوم الثاني, the second day. السنة الثانية, the second year. اليوم الثالث, the third day. السنة الثالثة, the third year. اليوم الرابع, the fourth day. السنة الرابعة, the fourth year. اليوم الخامس, the fifth year, day. السنة الخامسة, the fifth year. اليوم السادس, the sixth day. السنة السادسة, the sixth year. اليوم السابع, the seventh day. السنة السابعة, the seventh year. اليوم الثامن, the eighth day. السنة الثامنة, the eighth year. اليوم التاسع, the ninth day. السنة التاسعة, the ninth year. اليوم العاشر, the 10th day. السنة العاشرة, the 10th year. This is how you use your ordinal numbers or الأعداد الترتيبية, making sure they match the noun that they are modifying. It is very important to use them correctly. Later on you will know this is the ordinal numbers that you will use for telling times. You will say الساعة الواحدة. They literally mean the first hour, that means 1 o'clock. الساعة الثانية, الساعة الثالثة. When we come to the time when we are learning times, you will see that we will be using these ordinal numbers for telling times in Arabic. Now, the next thing we're going to do now is to use these numbers in short sentences so that you can consolidate your understanding of the ordinal numbers from 1 to 10. Now let's do the exercise 14 on page 37 together, and that is practice with ordinal numbers. Let's analyze these sentences together. The first one is قرأ مازن. قرأ مازن الفقرة الأولى من الكتاب الأول. قرأ is to read, so مازن read the first paragraph of the first book. Now الفقرة is feminine and it is مفعول به. It is the object, and that's why it is carrying accusative sign fatha. الأولى is feminine to match the gender of the noun that is modifying. من الكتاب الأول. الأول, the first, and that's a masculine to match the al-kitab in terms of gender and in terms of the case ending. من الكتاب الأولي, as well as definiteness that has been defined. Second sentence. دخلت المجموعة الثانية. The second group. المجموعة is a group and is feminine word in Arabic. الثانية, and that's the second. We're using ثانية to match this noun that it is modifying in terms of gender, in terms of whether defined or not defined, and in terms of the case ending as well. So the second group of من المشجعين. مشجعين means supporters, and it is a regular masculine noun. Hence is ending in ina ending to indicate the genitive, because we have preposition here. Now, من المدخل الثاني, from the second entrance. You may notice we have dal and kha and lam to give idea of entering something. Here is the noun, entrance. دخلت المجموعة الثانية من المشجعين من المدخل الثاني, from the second entrance. Third sentence. دخل مفتش جديد في الصف الثالث أثناء الحصة الثالثة. دخل is the same verb, but here is masculine. دخل مفتش, because مفتش is the subject here is masculine. Here the subject is feminine. You may remember it's a sukun original here, دخلت. But because of existence of this sukun, and we cannot have two sukun next to each other, so we remove the sukun and we put kasra instead to make it kind of smooth reading. So دخل مفتش جديد, a new inspector. مفتش is an inspector. A new inspector entered في الصف الثالث, entered the third class or third grade, third class. أثناء, that's mean during الحصة الثالثة, during the third lesson. So a new inspector entered the third class during the third period or lesson. Number 4. هذه هي الطبعة الرابعة. This is the fourth edition. الطبعة, that's an edition of a book, for instance. الرابعة, fourth. This is the fourth edition of the للكتاب الرابع, of the fourth book. للكتاب الرابع. Here الرابعة is fourth and is feminine to match the noun that is modifying. But here الرابع is masculine to modify and to match in gender the noun that is modifying. للكتاب الرابع. هذه هي الطبعة الرابعة للكتاب الرابع. Number 5. دخل اللص, the same verb. دخل اللص. لص من thief. دخل اللص إلى الغرفة. دخل اللص إلى الغرفة الخامسة. The thief entered the fifth room في الطابق الخامس. On the طابق is floor, on the fifth floor, and طابق is مذكر, masculine, hence we're using الخامس to match this noun that it's modifying, في الطابق الخامس. Now, sentence number 7. جلس طلاب الصف السادس. جلس is a verb to sit. So طلاب is students, plural of طالب. طلاب, and it's masculine. The students of the 6th class or grade sat. جلس طلاب الصف الخامس في الغرفة السادسة. جلس طلاب الصف السادس في الغرفة السادسة. Here a sadis, that's a 6th, and it's masculine to match this noun, which is masculine. But here a sadisati is feminine form of 6th to match الغرفة. So جلس طلاب الصف السادس في الغرفة السادسة. The students of the 6th grade or 6th class sat in the 6th room. Number 7. تركت السؤال السابع. ترك, I leave. So I left in this case. I left السؤال السابع. I left the 7th question في الصفحة السابعة on page 7. So السؤال, the question, is masculine noun. Hence we're using السابع, which is the masculine form of 7th. So I left this 7th question في الصفحة. صفحة is a page and it's feminine in Arabic. في الصفحة السابعة, on the 7th page. Number 8. حذف المؤلف تمرين الثامنة. حذف is a verb to delete. المؤلف is the author. So the author deleted a temrina exercise, the exercise الثامنة, the 8th exercise. حذف المؤلف التمرين الثامنة. Now, المؤلف here is the subject of the verb, hence is carrying the nominative case, which is single dhamma, because it is defined. حذف المؤلف, now the object is temrina, and hence is carrying the accusative ending, fatha in this case, because it's a singular noun. Now, a thamina, which is acting as the adjective, matching this as well in terms of gender, in terms of the case ending as well. حذف المؤلف التمرين الثامنة من الطبعة. طبعة, that's addition, and is genitive case because of من الطبعة الثامنة, and they are matching as well in terms of gender and the case ending. The author deleted the 8th exercise of the 8th edition. للكتاب الثامن, of the 8th book. Number 9. فتحت نادية الصفحة. نادية opened. فتحت نادية الصفحة التاسعة. Nadia opened the 9th page. الصفحة, and it has its object of the verb. That's one is carrying fatha. التاسعة, so tasa is matching, that's the 9th. من المجلد التاسع. So Nadia opened the 9th page of the 9th volume. من المجلد, مجلد means volume. المجلد التاسع, the 9th volume. The last sentence is كتبت. كتب is to write. كتبت, I wrote. السؤال العاشرة, I wrote the 10th question من التمرين العاشر, of the 10th exercise في دفتري, in my exercise book. Now, as you can see, the ordinal numbers are used as adjectives. Hence, you need to put them after the noun that they are modifying. Unlike the cardinal numbers, you might remember number 3 to number 10, they need to come first. And you may like to go back and revise that and compare and contrast between the set of two numbers. Well done. I think we're making progress now. So we have just finished the exercise 14 on page 37. So do your studies for me and learn the vocabulary that we covered in this lesson. Well done and good luck with your studies, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so, and distribute or send the link of this lesson to your contacts so we can have as many people as possible to benefit from this class. Well done. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا. أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be about the comparative and the superlative in Arabic. Now, the comparative, as we know, is comparing two things, and we use phrases such as taller than, smaller than, more beautiful than, less beautiful than, and so on. That is comparative. The superlative is when we compare a person or a member of a group with the whole group, such as this girl is the tallest of the class or of the school. That is the superlative. Now, in English, we have separate form for comparative and the superlative, but in Arabic we use the same form, which is the elative. The elative form is used for both comparison or comparative and the superlative, as we will explain shortly. Let's have a look at the comparative pattern first. Now, the first thing we need to note is that the comparative in Arabic is coming from the adjective, and the elative itself is gender neutral. Now let's look at this adjective, for instance. صغير. صغير means small, and that's a masculine. You will say هذا ولد صغير, and صغيرة also means small. That's feminine. هذه بنت صغيرة. This is a small girl. Now, when we come into the elative to compare, we use this pattern. Let's see how we come about this pattern coming from the adjective. Now, you will notice that we've introduced another letter at the beginning before the first root letter. So you have this alif with hamza carrying fatha. Now the first root letter here is now carrying sukun, and the second root letter, which is kasra here, is now carrying fatha. Now we have deleted the ya. The lengthening ya is been removed. Now also in the feminine, you remove the ta marbuta, because the elative pattern is gender neutral. So it becomes asgharu. Can you note that we are using only single dhamma? Because this pattern is what is called, it's one of the diptot, which means you are not allowed to use two fatha on it or two dhamma on it or any kasra at all. So that's why we're using single dhamma, which is in this case is this the default. So asgharu, the same pattern here. You can see kabirun, so that's kabirun means large or big, masculine, feminine. Now we come up with the elative pattern here, form akbaru, such as asgharu, the same exercise. Qasirun, that means short. Qasiratun, aqsaru, again the same pattern. Even some of these adjectives with no lengthening ya in them, you see is the same pattern. Sahlun, that means easy. Sahlatun, that's feminine form. Ashalu, the same pattern. Ashalu, easier. So asgharu, smaller. Akbaru, larger or bigger. And aqsaru, shorter. And ashalu, easier. All of them will be followed by min. Asgharu, min. Smaller than. Akbaru, min. Larger or bigger than. Aqsaru, shorter than. And ashalu, easier than. Now let's come to the section. You will note that I'm using green color here to indicate, to alert you that when you have the second root and the third root of the original word, now we need to do something different. Initially we will do the same ya, we remove the ya, but you left with the jim, dal and dal. In the elative form, you combine the second and the third root and you put shadda on it to indicate that what is happening. So now it becomes ajaddu. Now the first root is not carrying sukun as we are doing normally here, it's carrying fatha. So that's the second form of the elative form. Here we have af'alu, yani akbaru, asgharu, ajmalu and so on. But here is ajaddu. Another example for you here, jadidun by the way is new. This is a newer than. Now let's look at the qalilun and qalilatun. Qalilun means little and aqallu becomes fewer, fewer than, fewer than. So qalilun, qalilatun. You note that we have repeated letters there in the second form, in the second root and the third root of the same letter. That's how you conjugate, not conjugate, how you form your elative once you have the repeated letter in the second and the third root. Okay, there are many words that you can, anytime you see that, you will know this is the pattern. Now another form where the elative pattern can come from is this alimun, fa'ilun, and that's really is the coming from the that's the active participle fa'ilun. So alimun, alimatun, a'lamu, that means knowledgeable person. Now is more knowledge, more knowledgeable than. So more, and here for instance sabirun, that's a patient, is a more patient than whoever. Alimun, alimatun, a'lam, the same pattern as asgharu, and sabirun, sabiratun, asbaru. Now let's look at another category of adjectives. Here we have qawiyun. What's different from between this and this lot is the third root letter is ya. So in that case, that ya becomes alf maqsura in the elative form. So we have qawiyun, strong, qawiyatun, strong, as feminine, and then the comparative is aqwa. Now we converted that ya, the third root letter, into now the alf maqsura. Alf maqsura means basically is the shape of the ya, no dots, and is like a lengthening really. Aqwa. Qawiyun, strong. Aqwa, stronger than. Dhakiyun, clever. Dhakiyatun, that's feminine. Azka, clever than. Now here let's go back to this section. Kabirun, kabiratun, that means big or great. Now, akbaru, greater or bigger or larger. Now, it's very interesting when people translate Allahu Akbar. Many people would translate it as Allah's greatest, but whereas this is not actually superlative, this is a comparative, should be greater than. And the reason behind that to what we call lugha maftuha, very open expression really. So when, for instance, the call to prayer to us as Muslim, we hear Allahu Akbar, and Allah is greater than. So no ends there. So that's open. So whatever we may be doing at that time when we hear the call to prayer, Allahu Akbar, Allah is greater than whatever you are doing now. Allah is greater than whatever. So that is a comparative. The more accurate translation of Allahu Akbar should be Allah is greater than, and then you fill the gap. I thought I'd let you consider that. Now, so this is the sample of how you convert the adjective to the elative form in Arabic. The next thing we need to do now is to actually put some sentences up so that we can see it in practice. Now let's use these sentences to illustrate what we have just learned. Number one, هذا البيت أكبر من ذلك البيت. هذا البيت, this house, أكبر min is larger or bigger than ذلك البيت, that house. Next one, هذا الولد أطول من ذلك الولد. هذا الولد, this boy, أطول من is taller than ذلك الولد, that boy. هذه البنت, this girl, هذه البنت أذكى من, this girl is clever or more clever than ذلك الولد, that boy. You will see that even though we are talking about male or female, we are using the same pattern. As already been said, is gender neutral. هذه الحقيبة, this bag, أثقل من is heavier than تلك الحقيبة, that bag. Now let's do a little bit of more analysis here. For instance, if you look at this akbaru, that's it mean akbaru min, bigger than, larger than. Now can you remember the origin of this in terms of adjective? Is coming from kabirun, kabiratun, big in terms of masculine and feminine, and then we end up with akbar. What about atwalu? That's atwalu min is taller than. So what's the original adjective? Atwalu coming from tawilun. So tawilun, atwalu min. What about adhka? What's the base for that in terms of the adjective? Adhka coming from dhakiyun. So when you have the third root letter, ya, waw, that becomes the alf maqsura in the elative. هذه البنت أذكى من ذلك الولد. هذه الحقيبة أثقل. So what's the adjective where the أثقل is coming from? أثقل من coming from ثقيل. أثقل ثقيل أثقل. So we have كبير أكبر من، طويل أطول من، أذكى ذكي أذكى من، أثقل coming from ثقيل. Now let's use the following sentences to illustrate how to say somebody is older than or younger than somebody else. The first one is Hamza asgharu sinnan min Habib. That's comparative. Hamza is younger than Habib. Let's analyze that. Here, sinnun means age. Sinnun, that's the age. But here we use it in accusative, sinnan. Now, very interestingly, sinnun also means teeth as well as age. That's very telling, actually. I wonder whether there's a link between the two, because usually the scientists can identify somebody's age through their teeth. Who knows? There is a connection there. That's very interesting that in Arabic the word for teeth and the age is the same. Sinnun, asnan, that's teeth. So sin also means age. Right, that's a distraction really, so never mind. So Hamza asgharu sinnan min Habib. Hamza is younger, that's mean in terms of age, smaller in terms of age than Habib. You will see the sinnan, you can also put it at the end. For instance here, you can say Hamza asgharu min Habib sinnan. Oh, there's a dot missing there. Let's put dot, that's Habib. Here we go, Habib. So Hamza asgharu min Habib sinnan. So the sinnan can be positioned immediately after the asgharu, the relative form, or at the end is fine. The feminine, Fatima akbaru sinnan min Salma. Fatima is a girl, is older than Salma. Because if we don't put sinnan there, if you say we use akbaru min Salma, that can be misconstrued as bigger in terms of body. So we say sinnan to clarify that in terms of age. So Fatimatu akbaru sinnan min Salma. Fatimatu akbaru min Salma sinnan. The only time you are not allowed to separate, to put this way wherever you like, is when you have the idafa. For instance, Hamza huwa asgharu waladin, is the youngest boy. That is the possessive. And we know previously when we discussed the possessive construction, we are not allowed to separate between the first noun and the second noun. In this case, you have to put it at the end. Hamza is the youngest boy in the class in terms of age. Let's go back to this one. Hamza asgharu minhu sinnan. If you use pronoun, Hamza is younger than him. Minhu. Hamza asgharu sinnan minhu. Hamza is younger than him. Feminine, Fatima akbaru minha. Fatima is younger than her, whoever that her is. Sinnan in terms of age. Fatima tu akbaru sinnan minha. So that's how you express the idea of, I can say, oh, I am younger than you, I hope. I'm younger than you. Say, Ana asgharu minka sinnan. Ana asgharu minki. I'm talking to a lady, a woman. I will say, Ana asgharu minki sinnan. I can say, Anta akbaru minni. You are older than me. Anti akbaru minni. You are older than me. So that's experiment with these sentences using the comparative form, please. So now we have dealt with the comparative. Now the next we need to deal with very briefly is the superlative. Now let's talk about the superlative. And as I've already explained, the superlative form of adjective or adverb is the form that indicates that a person, for instance, has more of a particular quality than anybody else in a group. Let's look at how the superlative is achieved in Arabic. The first line, we have Muhammad huwa atwalu waladin fil fasl. Muhammad is the tallest boy in the class. The same thing you say for feminine. Salma is a girl. Salma hiya atwalu bintin fil fasl. Salma is the tallest girl in the class. You will see we are using the same elative form, which is atwalu. It's the same thing for a boy and it's the same thing for a girl. Next line. You can achieve the same meaning by saying Muhammad huwa atwalul awladi fil fasli. Muhammad is the tallest of the boys in the class. Salma hiya atwalul banati fil fasli. Salma is the tallest of the girls in the class. Or if you have the attached pronoun, you may say Muhammad huwa atwaluhum. Muhammad is the tallest of them, if we know what we mean by them, who are them. That's fine, you can use your attached pronoun. Salma hiya atwaluhunna. Salma is the tallest of them. Now, if you have min before the elative, such as Muhammad huwa min atwalil awladi fil fasli. Muhammad is one of. Once you have this min before the elative form, becomes one of. Muhammad huwa min atwalil awladi fil fasl. Muhammad is one of the tallest boys in the class. Salma hiya min atwalil banati fil fasli. Salma is one of the tallest of the girls in the class. A couple of notes for you here. You will remember this is huwa, that's a he or he is. Here is she or she is. But the elative pattern is the same for both boys and girls. What else? Now, very important, you see in the superlative, we are not mentioning men. Unlike the comparative, when you say atwalu min, taller than. But in the superlative, there is no min. Immediately you use it as the mudaf, mudaf ilayhi, or possessive construct. Huwa atwalu waladin. Hiya atwalu bintin. And so on. Here we are. We have now explained very briefly the basic information about the superlative or comparative and the superlative in Arabic. Please go to page 40 and read all this information on page 40 of book 3 and page 41. Do the exercise 15 please, and exercise 16 on page 42. Read page 43 and go through page 44 as well. That is the way to make rapid progress, learning your vocabulary as well as doing your studies. Minimum every day, maybe 15 minutes or so, to make sure you are in touch. Repetition is really important when you are learning language. Repetition is extremely important. So, well done. So if you have any comments, please leave your comments below and distribute or send this link to as many of your contacts as possible so that people can benefit from this class as well. In the meantime, see you next lesson, inshallah. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is on page 45 and is about how number 11 and number 12 are used in Arabic. So let's analyze it and explain the grammar underpinning the use of 11 and 12 in Arabic. Right, the first line, وصل أحد عشر كتابا جديدا إلى المكتبة. 11 new books have arrived at the library. Wasala is the verb to arrive. Ahada ashara, that's 11. As you can see, we have two numbers here, 1 and then number 10. They are separate but nothing in between them. Let's explain what governs the rules governing each of these numbers. Together we call it compound numbers. Now, the first one, ahada, 1, you're not allowed to use wahid here. You have to use ahada in this compound number when you are saying 11. That's the first rule. The second is nothing should separate between the two nouns at all. Now, the third is ahada, because number one is always of the same gender of the item being counted, whether number 1 stands alone or part of another number, such as this compound number. Next rule is for number 10 standing alone. We have learned that, and that is to say, if number 10 stands alone, it follows the same rule as number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, meaning it will be opposite in gender of noun being counted. For instance, if you want to say 10 boys, you will use feminine 10. You say asharatu awladin, plural. Asharatu awladin, 10 boys. If you want to say 10 girls, you say ashru banatin. But when the number 10 is part of the compound number, such as 11 to 19, that 10 will have to be of the same gender of what you are counting. Example of that is this. Ahada ashara kitaban. Kitab is masculine. Therefore, we use ashara in the masculine form. Remember, the number 1 is always the same anyway. So for different reasons, they're both of the same gender of item being counted here. وصل أحد عشر كتابا جديدا إلى المكتبة. Let's look at the feminine. وصلت إحدى عشرة. وصلت إحدى عشرة. Let's put sukun on this عشرة here, and then I will explain that in a minute. So وصلت إحدى عشرة سجادة إلى المسجد. 11 prayer mat have arrived at the mosque. وصلت إحدى عشرة. Now, let's look at these numbers now. Here we say ahada, masculine. Here we say ihda because we're going to count sajadatan. Here we say ashara, that's a masculine, because when you are using 10 in the compound numbers, it has to be of the same gender. Here we use ashrata, feminine, because we're counting sajadatan. Also note that ashara, the sheen carrying fatha here, but here is carrying sukun. Wasalat ihda ashrata sajadatan ila al-masjid. Final rules is both set of numbers, they will be carrying accusative ending, regardless whether they are in a nominative position or accusative position or genitive position. They will permanently carry that fatha. It is indeclinable. Because this section now, you can see, is nominative, because they are acting like they are the subject. So it's nominative. Nevertheless, it's still ending with the accusative ending. If you look at the next two, that will be, you will see that will be accusative ending, because this is like a object here, maf'ulun bihi. You see, wada'tu ahada ashara. It's the same when we say wasala ahada ashara. Here, ahada ashara is nominative case, position rather, and here it is accusative position, and both of them are carrying the same ending because it is not declinable, it is undeclinable, or rather indeclinable. Right, now, وضعت إحدى عشرة. Again, إحدى عشرة, nominative position, accusative position. Nevertheless, they are carrying the same case ending. Now, let's look at the genitive area. Here I mean وضعت أحد عشرة. I put 11 books على الرف, on the shelf. On the shelf. Here وضعت إحدى عشرة. I put 11 سجادة. سجادة, that's a prayer mat. في المخزن, in the storage room. Let's look at the genitive position. Here كتبت اسمي. I wrote my name على أحد عشرة, on 11. This is the genitive position. Nevertheless, it's still carrying fatha. على أحد عشرة كتابا, on how many books? 11 books. The feminine وضعت الأقلام. I put pens, the pens, على إحدى, on إحدى عشرة طاولة, on 11 tables. That is genitive because we have a preposition here, and yet it's still carrying the same case ending as the rest. So that is the indeclinable ending. Final note, which I need to mention to you here, is you note that the item being counted, they remain singular accusative. كتابا, سجادة, كتابا, سجادة, كتابا, طاولة. That is the case. When you are counting anything from 11 all the way to 99, the item being counted will be singular and accusative position. The next now will be, we are going to have a look at how number 12 is used as well. Now let's look at number 12 and how it's used in Arabic. Let's look at the rules governing number 12. Again, we have two numbers here, number 2 and then number 10, without anything separates them. Now, you remember number 2 in the nominative position is ithnani, with noun at the end, ithnani. But when it's used in the compound numbers, that noun will be removed because it's like a possessive construction, really. So ithna, no, don't say ithnani, you say ithna, noun is gone, ithna ashara, and you still end up with the fatha at the end of the number 10. So 11, about 12 new books have arrived at the library. وصل 12 كتابا. Again, ashara is masculine because we are counting kitab, and because ashara is part of the compound number, it has to be of the same gender. And this is the nominative. وصلت إثنتا. That's coming from ithnatani. That's a feminine form of 2 in the nominative case. Ithnatani. But here you remove the noun, you say ithnata. And then ashrata sajjadatan ila al-masjidi. So 12 prayer mats have arrived at the mosque. Now let's look at the number 12 when we are dealing with accusative and genitive. Here number 2 in number 12 is partially declinable. So this is nominative, but accusative and genitive is the same structure. وضعت اثني. That's coming from ithnaini. Ithnaini, when you are in the compound number, becomes ithnay. Remove the noun, not ithnaini. So ithnay ashara kitaban ala rafi. I put 12 books on the shelf. وضعت اثنتي. That's coming from اثنتين. Again, noon has been removed. اثنتين اثنتي عشرة سجادة في المخزن. 12 prayer mats have arrived at the storage room. That is accusative because وضعت, this is فعل وفاعل, if you like. This is a verb and the subject. So this is the accusative because it's مفعول به. Now, let's look at the genitive. كتبت اسمي. كتبت اسمي. I wrote my name على اثني. Again, اثنين becomes اثني. We remove the noun. اثني عشر كتابا. I wrote my name on 12 books. Final one. وضعت الأقلام على اثنتي عشرة طاولة. I put the pens on 12 tables. طاولة. Again, from اثنتين becomes اثنتي, and then عشرة. Is the rules governing the item being counted remains the same. The singular accusative carrying two fatha, كتابا سجادة, كتابا سجادة, and طاولة and كتابا as well. So that is the rules governing how to use number 11 and number 12 in Arabic. Please visit or read page 45 for me and study the explanation given there. In the next lesson, we're going to be dealing with the how to use number 13 all the way to number 19. That will be our next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, please continue to do your studies and learning your vocabulary, and please subscribe if you haven't done so, and spread the lessons around with your contacts, and see you next lesson inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is on page 46, and it is about rules governing how to use cardinal numbers from number 13 to number 19. These numbers are known as cardinal numbers. Let's do the analysis. 13 أستاذا. As you may see, the compact numbers, a set of two numbers, there's nothing separates them. ثلاثة, that is 3. عشرة is 10. Put together, it's 13. Now, the rules is when you are counting masculine items, we've learned that already, that number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will be opposite in gender of noun being counted. Whereas number 10 in this structure, in these compound numbers, will always be the same gender as the noun being counted. Unlike when the 10 stands alone, it will be opposite, but in this structure it will be the same as noun being counted. Now let's implement that. So 13 13 أستاذا, 13 professors, male professors or teachers. Now you will note that the ثلاثة, this is a feminine version of number 3 because we are counting male. And ashara is the same as the noun being counted. Other rules is this. You may notice that we have fatha and fatha here. That's the accusative case ending. So the compound numbers, it has accusative ending, meaning it is indeclinable. It will always carry accusative case ending on both set of numbers, regardless whether it is in the nominative position, marfu', or in an accusative position, mansub, or in the genitive position, majrur. 13 أستاذا, 13 male professors. Now look at the feminine section, ثلاثة. This is the masculine version of number 3 because we are about to count feminine, but the ashara, the 10 part of this compound number, agrees with the noun. So 13 أستاذة, 13 female professors. Again, you see they are carrying the accusative case ending. Number 14, أربعة عشرة. The same principle, feminine version of number 4. The 10 is the same gender, and they're both carrying the accusative case ending. أربعة عشرة مهندسا, 14 male engineers. أربعة, that's a masculine form of number 4. أربعة عشرة مهندسة, 14 female engineers. Now, before we continue, you may already notice that the noun we are counting, it is actually in singular and accusative. That is the case. Whenever you are counting anything from 11 all the way to 99, the item being counted remains singular, carrying 2 fatha, accusative ending. Hence you have ustadan, muhandisan, because we already know the numbers, so there's no need to then make the item being counted as a plural. 15 خمسة عشر مديرا, 15 directors, male directors, or 15 male head teacher, because the mudir can mean director, it can also mean head teacher, chairman, and so on. So خمسة عشر مديرا, 15 male head teachers. خمسة عشرة مديرة, 15 female head teachers. As you can see, that's a masculine form of number 5 because we are counting mudiratan, feminine now. 16 ستة عشر طبيبا, 16 male doctors. ستة عشرة طبيبة, 16 female doctors. سبعة عشر ولدا, 17 boys. سبعة عشرة بنتا, 17 girls. ثمانية عشر رجلا, 18 men. 18 امرأة, 18 women. 19 تلميذا, 19 pupils, that's a male pupils, male students. 19 تلميذة, and that is 19 female pupils, students as well. So the rules is hopefully it's very clear. In the compound number, first of all, both set of numbers need to carry accusative ending regardless of their position grammatically. And number 2, the first part, which is the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they will be opposite in gender of noun being counted. Whereas the 10 part of the compound numbers would be of the same gender as the noun being counted. Now, let's look at these numbers within sentences as a way of confirming and practice what we have just learned. Now, still on page 46, let's illustrate the compound numbers 13 to number 19. Let's put it into some sentences and analyze them. Line 1. في مدرستنا, in our school, 14 معلما, there are 14 male teachers. You will note that we use feminine form of number 4 because we're going to count male teachers, whereas the ashara, it is of the same gender as the noun being counted. 14 معلما, and both set of the compound numbers, they are carrying accusative case ending, fatha fatha. Next sentence. في فصلي, in my class, there are 8, that's mean 8, and this is ashra, and that's a 10. 18 18 طاولة, tables. Once you use the masculine form of number 8, we know you are going to count feminine items. So 18 or 18 طاولة, there are 18 tables. قرأت 13. Once you've said 3, which is feminine form of the number 3, you have to count masculine item. قرأت, I read. 13 13 كتابا, book. صغيرا, small. 13 small books. اليوم, today. قرأت 13 كتابا صغيرا اليوم. I read 13 small books today. Last sentence. قرأت, I read. 17. Once you've said سبعة, that's the masculine form of number 7, you're going to count feminine item. قرأت 17 مقالة اليوم. مقالة, that is an article. So I read 17 articles today. So let's quickly have another normal reading now. في مدرستنا 14 معلما. في فصلي 18 طاولة. قرأت 13 كتابا صغيرا اليوم. قرأت 17 مقالة اليوم. This is the rule. The rules governing the ordinal or cardinal numbers from number 13 to number 19, known as the compound numbers. And it is on your page 46. Please read that rules very carefully and do the exercise 17 for me, because by doing your exercises in this book, that will help you to establish a better understanding of these rules and how to apply them as well. Well done. I think we are moving rapidly now towards the end of the book 3. I think the next lesson probably will be about simple present tense verb. Well done and good luck in your studies. And don't forget to subscribe and send this link, share it with all your contacts, please. And we'll see you next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is on page 46 and it is about rules governing how to use cardinal numbers from number 13 to number 19. These numbers are known as cardinal numbers. Let's do the analysis. 13 أستاذا. As you may see, the compound numbers, a set of two numbers, there's nothing separates them. 3, that is 3, 10 is 10. Put together, it's 13. Now, the rules is when you are counting masculine items, we've learned that already, that number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will be opposite in gender of noun being counted. Whereas number 10 in this structure, in these compound numbers, will always be the same gender as the noun being counted. Unlike when the 10 stands alone, it will be opposite, but in this structure it will be the same as noun being counted. Now let's implement that. So 13 13 أستاذا, 13 professors, male professors or teachers. Now you will note that the ثلاثة, this is a feminine version of number 3 because we are counting male, and عشرة is the same as the noun being counted. Other rules is this. You may notice that we have fatha and fatha here. That's the accusative case ending. So the compound numbers, it has accusative ending, meaning it is indeclinable. It will always carry accusative case ending on both set of numbers, regardless whether it is in the nominative position, marfu', or in an accusative position, mansub, or in the genitive position, majrur. 13 أستاذا, 13 male professors. Now look at the feminine section, ثلاثة. This is the masculine version of number 3 because we're about to count feminine, but the ashara, the 10 part of this compound number, agrees with the noun. So 13 أستاذة, 13 female professors. Again, you see they are carrying the accusative case ending. Number 14, أربعة عشرة. The same principle, feminine version of number 4. The 10 is the same gender, and they're both carrying the accusative case ending. أربعة عشرة مهندسا, 14 male engineers. أربعة, that's a masculine form of number 4. أربعة عشرة مهندسة, 14 female engineers. Now, before we continue, you may already notice that the noun we are counting, it is actually in singular and accusative. That is the case whenever you are counting anything from 11 all the way to 99, the item being counted remains singular, carrying two fatha accusative ending. Hence you have ustadan, muhandisan, because we already know the numbers, so there's no need to then make the item being counted as a plural. 15. خمسة عشر مديرا. 15 directors, male directors, or 15 male head teacher, because the mudir can mean director, it can also mean head teacher, chairman, and so on. So خمسة عشر مديرا, 15 male head teachers. خمسة عشرة مديرة, 15 female head teachers. As you can see, that's a masculine form of number 5 because we are counting mudiratan feminine now. 16. ستة عشر طبيبا, 16 male doctors. ستة عشرة طبيبة, 16 female doctors. سبعة عشر ولدا, 17 boys. سبعة عشرة بنتا, 17 girls. ثمانية عشر رجلا, 18 men. 18 امرأة, 18 women. 19 تلميذا, 19 pupils, that's a male pupils, male students. 19 تلميذة, and that is 19 female pupils, students as well. So the rules is hopefully it's very clear. In the compound number, first of all, both set of numbers need to carry accusative ending regardless of their position grammatically. And number 2, the first part, which is the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they will be opposite in gender of noun being counted. Whereas the 10 part of the compound numbers would be of the same gender as the noun being counted. Now, let's look at these numbers within sentences as a way of confirming and practice what we have just learned. Now, still on page 46, let's illustrate the compound numbers 13 to number 19. Let's put it into some sentences and analyze them. Line 1. في مدرستنا, in our school, 14 معلما, there are 14 male teachers. You will note that we use a feminine form of number 4 because we're going to count male teachers, whereas the ashara, it is of the same gender as the noun being counted. 14 معلما, and both set of the compound numbers, they are carrying accusative case ending, fatha, fatha. Next sentence. في فصلي, in my class, there are 8, that's mean 8, and this is ashra, and that's a 10. 18 18 طاولة, tables. Once you use the masculine form of number 8, we know you are going to count feminine items. So 18 or 18 طاولة, there are 18 tables. قرأت 13. Once you've said 3, which is feminine form of the number 3, you have to count masculine item. قرأت I read 13 13 كتابا book صغيرا small 13 small books اليوم today قرأت 13 كتابا صغيرا اليوم I read 13 small books today. Last sentence. قرأت I read 17. Once you've said سبعة, that's the masculine form of number 7. You're going to count feminine item. قرأت 17 مقالة اليوم. مقالة, that is an article. So I read 17 articles today. So let's quickly have another normal reading now. في مدرستنا 14 معلما في فصل 18 طاولة قرأت 13 كتابا صغيرا اليوم قرأت 17 مقالة اليوم. This is the rule. The rules governing the ordinal or cardinal numbers from number 13 to number 19, known as the compound numbers. And this is on your page 46. Please read that rules very carefully and do the exercise 17 for me, because by doing your exercises in this book, that will help you to establish a better understanding of these rules and how to apply them as well. Well done. I think we are moving rapidly now towards the end of the book 3. I think the next lesson probably will be about simple present tense verb. Well done and good luck in your studies. And don't forget to subscribe and send this link, share it with all your contacts, please. And we'll see you next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be on page 48, and it is about the simple present tense verbs, how to conjugate it. You may remember that we have already done a similar thing for past tense, and that was on page 10. Now today we're going to combine both the past tense and the present tense, so see how we conjugate them. Now, but this lesson will be restricted to the third person. He, she, they, two of them in both masculine and feminine, and they, plural, masculine and feminine. Let's do the analysis. Now, this darasa, that's past tense, doesn't mean he studied. How do we say she studied? We just add t at the end of this like the darasa t, that become she studied. And that's what you do to any past tense. When you know the he did something, just add t at the end, and that automatically becomes she did. Now, present tense. The present tense, the first thing we need to call our attention to is this. You need the prefix. The prefix itself in the masculine, in both for singular and dual and plural, is ya. That means ya, the beginning of plural, singular, mufrad, and ya about muthanna, which is your duo, and ya about jama, which is a plural. So ya, ya, ya. In the feminine section, you start singular with ta, and the duo with ta, and the plural with ya. So ta, ta, ya. Learn that for me. Call attention to that is the prefix for masculine in the present tense is ya, ya, ya. That's third person. And feminine is ta, ta, ya. That's a third person. That's the first thing. The second thing is look at the first root in the past tense. Look at what happened to in the present tense. So we now have the sukun on the first root in the present tense. In both, once you have established that, it will be the same at the beginning. Now the second root letter, that depends on the category of that verb. So the dictionary will give you that, and your teacher should give you that, or any book. You cannot guess whether the second root in the present tense is going to be dhamma u, or kesra I, or fatha a. There are categories, so that will be given to you. That's why I put that one in slightly different color. Yedirusu in this case. There are some verb like this one, fahima becomes yafha. So the second root here is carrying fatha. So that needs to be given to you. Now you will see that I've done that in the book 3. At the back of the page, I have the collection of the verbs used in the book, and I gave it to you in he did and he does form. So once that has been established, the third one in the singular, it is very stable. You have this dhamma on it. Dhamma yedrusu and tedrusu. So yedrusu, he studies. Tedrusu, she studies. Let's now move to the duo, al-muthanna, two people. Darasa, in the past tense, they, meaning two men, two boys, studied. Darasata, they, meaning two feminine, studied. What's different between these? You have the same alif. This is alif of ithnain. This is your duo alif. The same alif is here. This ta is coming from the ta'nith, which is indicate this is female. And because of this alif, of course, we have to have fatha, darasata. So we have darasa and darasata. That is your past tense duo, third person. The present tense, now, once you have established the starting point, your the beginning and the second, and the first root and the second root, that will not change. Once that has been established in the mufrad or singular, that will be retained. No change anymore. Just look at the third and see what's happened. So yedru. Now because there are two of them studying, any ending will be, regardless whether that's masculine or feminine, it's the same, any ending. So yedru sani, tedru sani. Let's look at the plural, al-jama. Darasu, they, meaning three men or three boys, studied. Darasu. For feminine, we know the plural past tense in the third person would end with sukun in the third root, and then you have this na. Daras, then na. Daras, na. Present tense, yedru, the same, yedru, that would not change. Now the end, because it's the plural, becomes una ending. Not only u, that you have na, and the alif is gone. Yedru suna, they are studying, or they study, and that is three men or more, three boys or more. In the present tense, plural feminine, yeduru is the same. Tediru, but here remember it's tataya, yeduru. And then the same ending here, yedurusna. So, present tense, yedirusu, tedirusu, yedurusani, تدرسان يدرسون يدرسن. Let me give you another verb which is going to be conjugated the same thing. Once you know the beginning of it, you know the foundation, that is, in the future, don't let anybody scare you to say, oh no, there are so many different conjugations. No, it's the same pattern, it's just a little bit of amendment here and there. That's all. You need to know this, have a solid knowledge of this. You are safe, you know. Now, let's give you another example. The reason I'm giving you this verb is, you see the second root here, fahima. Darasa, this one. They will behave the same thing. Yefha. And the second root here has a fatha. So you'll be given this one and this one. From that on, that's it. The same ending will be applied. So fahima, fahimat. Like a darasa, darasat. And yefhamu, once that is established, that will not change. Yefhamu, tefhamu, it's like a yedurusu, tedurusu. That's why I'm keep calling your attention to the second root. In the present tense, you have to know whether second root is carrying u or is carrying a. In other ones, you carry e. So once that's been established, that's it. So yefhamu, tefhamu. And then fahima, like darasa, yafhamani, like yadurusani. Fahimata, as darasata, tafhamani, tadurusani. In the plural, fahimu, it's like darasu, yafhamuna, the same pattern as yadurusuna. Fahimna, like darasna, and yafhamna, yadrusna. That is the pattern of present tense conjugation in relation to the third person. He, they, and they. She, they, two of them, and they, three or more of them. Right. So in the next lesson, we are going to move to the second person, meaning you, single male, you, single female, you, two of you male, you, two of you female, you, three or more of you male, and you, three or more of you female. That will be the subject of our next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, I want you to have a look at your book, page 48 and 49, to start getting the idea, in fact, to start getting the better understanding of how to conjugate simple present tense verbs in Arabic. Right, continue to do your studies for me and learning your vocabulary. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. And please send the link of this lesson to as many of your contacts as possible. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is a continuation of the previous lesson on simple present tense verbs, how to conjugate our present tense verbs. Now, last lesson we have dealt with the third person, meaning how to say he does, she does, they, two male, do, they, two female, do, they, three or more male, do, they, three or more female, do. And we combined that with the past tense. We're going to do the same thing here to explain how to conjugate the second person, meaning you singular male, you singular female, you two male, you two female, you two, you three or more male, you three or more female. And then we're going to do I and we as well. Right, let's start with the second person. Darasta, that's past tense. That means you singular male studied. Darasti, you singular female studied. Note the ta ending for a male and t ending for female. In the present tense, similar to what we did before when we were talking about the third person, but the starting point, the beginning, the prefix is different. All the way is ta. So ta for single male, ta for dual male, and the ta for plural male. The same thing for feminine. Ta for singular female, ta for two female, and ta for plural female. So it's a ta 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 ta. Unlike the third person, which is ya 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 for male and ta ta ya for female. That's the starting point. That's your prefix. Now, the rest is very similar. Sukun on the first root. The second root, you will be told, you will be informed. You need to learn that through dictionary, for instance, whether it's u or i or a. Here is hu, tedirusu. Some verb will be kasra, like in jalasa yajli su. Some will be fatha, like fahima yafhamu, and so on. So tedirusu, you are studying, that's a singular male you are speaking to. Tedrusu, you are studying or you study. Tedrusina is for female, ending is ina. Tedrusina, it's like an anti tedrusina, anta tedrusu. But the reason that I don't like to use the dama'ir munfasila, the detached pronoun, is to let you know in Arabic you don't need to say anta tedrusu, anti tedrusina. No, the pronoun has already been embedded within the present tense itself. So tedrusu automatically means you singular male studying, and tedrusina you singular female studying. You don't need to say anti tedrusina, anta tedrusu, and so on. Now, the duo past tense darastuma for female as well is the same. Remember, in the past I told you about the ta tuma tum ending and ti tuma tunna ending for past tense. We've explained that already when we were on page 10. So tedrusani ending and ani ending, and it's identical for male and female duo. Tedrusani. Plural, in the past tense, darastum and darastunna for female, plural. In the present tense, tedrusuna, that's for speaking to three or more male. You are studying. When you are speaking to three or more female in present tense, tedrusna, sukun and then na. So that is your second person. That's the conjugation for the second person in the present tense as well as the past tense as well. Now we're going to move to the first person, meaning I and we. Darastu, I studied, and that is gender neutral. A male and a female will say the same thing. Daras and then two ending. That's how you achieve the past tense. When we say we say daras and then you attach na. We studied, also gender neutral. The speaker in Arabic is gender neutral. Adrus is your present tense. You start with the a, hamza, alif and hamza. Adrusu, I study or I am studying. Nadrusu, you start with the na, we are studying or we study as well. So that is your second person conjugation for present tense, and this is your first person conjugation. Please go to page 48 and read a very clearly explain how to conjugate the present tense in all its glory, as I've just explained. That's from page 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53, where you find the actual table here for you, which is the simple present tense. The summary is there for you. So do that for me, please. In the meantime, please subscribe to the channel and send the link to your contacts. Thank you very much. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. In today's lesson, we're going to have an overview of how to conjugate simple verbs in both past tense and present tense. Let's have a look at the past tense first, using darasa as our template. Darasa, he studied. Darasat, she studied. Look at the difference between he studied and she studied. The only thing there is the addition of this ta with sukun. Darasat, she studied. If you do that to any verb, we say he did whatever it is, just at the end become she did the same verb. Darasa, you will see we still keep the darasa, but this alif, it is a lengthening alif, it is an alif of ithnain. It is the dual alif, indicating that we have two men or boys did the verb. In this case, they studied. For two female, studied is the same alif, with of course the ta, original ta, to indicate it's feminine. Darasata, we put fatiha here because of the alif. Darasata, they, meaning two women or two girls, studied. Plural. Darasu, they, three or more, masculine, studied. Look that this is the first time we're amending the last vowel on the third root letter. So we oo ending for they, meaning three men or boys, studied. In the feminine equivalent, we change these fathas, we change them to sukun. We say daras, and then we add the na to indicate the plural for feminine. Daras, na. So darasa, darasat, darasa, darasata, darasu, daras, na. Now, let's look at the second person to say you singular male studied, you singular female studied, you two male studied, you two female studied, you lot three or more male studied, and you lot three or more female studied. Darasta, that means you singular male studied. Darasti, you singular female studied. The difference is ta and ti for you female. You two male and you two female is the same ending. Daras tuma, daras tuma. You two, whether you are male or two female, studied. This is the same ending. Plural, second person, daras tum, tum ending if you are speaking to group of men, three or more. Daras tum, you studied. If you are speaking to group of female, women, daras tunna is tunna ending. Now, if you look at this very carefully, you will still find a common ground first. The common ground in this is sukun. All of them, all the six, they are carrying sukun on the third root letter. Daras, 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 and daras. Once you have identified that with any noun, any verb, like jalas, 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 the attached pronouns to one you need to learn. So just learn ta for male section, ta, tuma, tum. It's like a tomato. Ta, tuma, tum, ta, tuma, tum. And for feminine section, you say ti, tuma, tunna. It's like a tuna. So we have tomato for men and tuna for women. You say ta, tuma, tum ending, and for feminine, ti, tuma, tunna. I thought that may help you to remember it. Just remember you put sukun all the way and then add ta, tuma, tum and ti, tuma, tunna. Now, let's do the first person, I and we. Again, you need sukun. You say daras and then you add tu. I studied. And the male and female will say the same thing. And we studied sukun as well, and we add na. And now we, masculine and feminine, is the same. Darasna, that's the first person. First person in Arabic is gender neutral. That is a picture for you for conjugating verb. And this is the fundamental and the foundation for all the conjugation. If you are comfortable with this, the rest of the conjugation in Arabic will become so much easier for you. Just a little bit amendment here and there to these will carry you through all the rest of the conjugation in Arabic. That's your past tense. Let's look at the present tense. The present tense, as you can see, you still have the same three root letters. They are in black. So let's look at the, first of all, he studies, they, two men study or studying, and yadrusuna, they, three or more men study or studying. Look at what is happening in the red. Here, there's no red at the beginning at all. Your adjustment is at the end, but in the present tense, in both ends. So you have your prefix is a ya all the way through for masculine in the third root letter. So you are starting ya, ya, ya. Ya for the singular, ya for the dual, and ya starting for the plural as well. But for the feminine, in the third root, you are starting with the ta for singular, ta for dual, and ya for plural. So you may like to know how to remember that. Remember your prefix here in the third person, male is ya, ya, ya starting. And for female is ta, ta, ya. So ya, 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 ta, ta, ya. Ya, 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 ta, ta, ya. I love this kind of things. Right, that's your third person. So yedrusu, he studies or studying. Tedrusu, she studies or she is studying. Yedrusani, ani ending. They, two men, studying. Tedrusani, they, two women, studying. Yedrusuna, they, three men or more, studying. Yedrusna, they, three women or more, studying. Let's look at the second person in the present tense. The first thing we need to look at as well is the prefix. The prefix, that one is not complicated. It's ta, 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 ta. All six is ta. You start ta, 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 ta. Anytime you want to say you are doing something, in the present tense, you must start with ta, regardless of the number, regardless of the gender. Ta, 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 ta. But in the third person is ya, 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 ta, ta, ya. Okay, so tadrusu, you, masculine singular, studying. تدرسين. You, feminine singular, studying. Ina endings when you are speaking to feminine singular in the present tense. تدرسين, تجلسين, تفهمين, تشكرين, and so on. In the second person, which is your duo, تدرساني, تدرساني is identical to the male and female is the same. تدرساني, تدرساني. And تدرسنا is تدرسون for singular and so plural male second person. تدرسون ending and تدرسنا for female. I is أدرس and ندرس. أدرس, I study. ندرس, we study or studying as well. That is a picture, complete picture for you in relation to the past tense conjugation as well as the present tense conjugation as well. So the picture, hopefully you can compare and contrast between the past tense and present tense. Just look at the one in black. That's your radical letters, your strong consonants, and that is what you need to concentrate on and then see all the changes happening around them. Okay, good luck with that and revise that. You may like to check the Gateway to Arabic book 3. You find the past tense conjugation on page 10 and the Gateway to Arabic book 3 as well. The page, I think page 52, you find the present tense conjugation there as well. Good luck with that, and inshallah next lesson, if you want to know about the imperative, which is command, how to conjugate that, search for that title in this series, Gateway to Arabic book 3. In the meantime, مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson, I'm afraid, is the last of the Gateway to Arabic book 3, and it is on page 60, and that will take us all the way to the end of the book, page 65. The topic of our last lesson in this book, is the imperatives. What is the imperatives? The imperative simply means to command somebody to do something, to take action, such as ijlis, sit down, uktub, write, iqra, read, and so on. The imperative, which is known as fi'l al-amr in Arabic, comes direct from the present tense second person, because you can only instruct a person or people that are in front of you. Let's analyze that using our template of dal, ra, and sin, which comes from to study, and we are going to use another template, jim, lam, and sin, which means to sit down. Right. Now, tedrusu means you masculine singular, you singular masculine studying. Udrus as mean study as an instruction. Now, the first thing we need to do is we remove the prefix from the present tense and we replace it with alif, which is your alif of imperative. Now, how do we determine the vowel on that alif? of imperative. You look at the second root letter in the present tense. Look at the vowel that it's carrying. You put that vowel on the alif if it's carrying u, if it's carrying dhamma. So tadru becomes u. So you put that dhamma on the alif of imperative. If the second root letter, because there are some categories of verbs that the second root letter carries dhamma in the present tense, and others they carry kasra or they carry fatha. Here we have tajlisu. This category of verb carries the second root in the present tense carries kasra, tajlisu. If that's the case, you use kasra under the alif of imperative, having removed the prefix from the present tense. Equally, if we have another category of verb which is carrying fatha in the present tense, such as fahima yafhamu, you use kasra as well. So you have two possible vowels on your alif of imperative, either dhamma if the second root is carrying dhamma in the present tense, or kasra if the second root letter carries fatha or kasra in the present tense. Now, if that has been established, those will not change. That's now, there's a stability there that will stay all the way through. Now, the second root in the present tense carrying u for singular masculine, tadrusu, you are studying, speaking to a single male. In the imperative, that's dhamma becomes sukun. So udrus, udrus. You see here as well, tajlisu, ijlis, sit down. Now, let's move to the feminine. The feminine, when you are speaking to a single female in the present tense, remember, you may recall we covered that already. You say ina ending, so tedrusina, tejlisina, and so on. When you are giving the instruction in your imperative, if you are asking a female, single female in front of you to do something, the starting point is the same. Odro, odro, ejle. But the ending, you just simply remove the noun from ina. So becomes odrusi, ejlisi, sit down. So that's the difference between the giving instruction or commanding a single male or commanding a single female. In the single male, the ending is sukun, udrus, ijlis, ifham. But for the female, you remove the noun, you say udrusi, ijlisi, ifhami, and so on. Now let's now move to the dual, two people. Now, you are coming from the present tense, tedrusani, you two men are studying. Tedrusani, you two women are studying. It's the same. Now, as a result, the imperative for both two men and two women will be the same. You say, you remove the noun, just as we did here. Becomes udrusa, udrusa. Here, from tajlisani, tajlisani, ijlisa, ijlisa. So we are removing the noun as well. Let's now move to the plural. The plural, tadrusuna, when you are speaking to group of men, group of boys, you say tadrusuna, you are studying, that's your present tense. In the imperative, just as we remove the noun from tadrusani and we remove the noun from ina, again you remove this noun. Tadrusuna becomes udrusu. You are now instructing group of men. Here, Tajlisuna, ijlisu. Sit down, all of you. I don't know whether you notice what is going on there. It seems to me that every time we have the na at the end, or ni, and we have a lengthening letter before that, such as lengthening ya, we are removing the noon in the imperative. Here we have lengthening alif, we are removing the noon from the imperative. Udrusa, udrusa. Here also we have the na, and we have lengthening waw. In the imperative, we have removed the noon. Udrusu. Now don't pronounce it alif, just there by convention. Udrusu. Now, but if there is no lengthening letter before the noun in the present tense, that noun stays. Such as when you are speaking to a group of women, you say tadurusna, you are studying. Tajlisna, you are sitting. In the imperative, because that noun has no lengthening letter before it, so that noun stays as it is. So the ending in the present tense and the imperative for a group of women will be the same. So tadurusna, udrusna. Tajlisna, ijlisna. So I want you to consider this very carefully. The way you need to nail it down is this. Concentrate on the root letter, the root letters, and then look at the changes is happening, and you will notice that in the present tense, we have said some things happen at the beginning, something happen at the end, unlike the past tense as we covered before. So imperative, udrus, udrusi, udrusa, udrusa, udrusu, udrusna. Ijlis, ijlisi, ijlisa, ijlisa, ijlisu, ijlisna. Now, let's explain the negative imperative. Remember that negative imperative means don't do something. Now, we have tedrusu, which is present tense, you masculine singular, studying. Odurus, that is imperative. Study, that's the instruction to do something. That is the imperative fi'l amr. Now the negative imperative, let's compare that to imperative. How are they different between what are the differences between imperative and negative imperative? Number one, the negative imperative has new element, and that is la nahiya. That's the la of prohibition. You say la first. There's no la in the imperative. Secondly, the negative imperative preserves and retains the prefix of the present tense. In the imperative, we have removed that and replaced it with alif. But the ending will be the same. In the imperative, the last root letter has sukun, that's for singular, masculine. Also, negative imperatives carry sukun as well. So, udrus, study, la tadrus, don't study. That's not good advice, by the way. Now, let's look at the present tense in the feminine singular, second person, tadrusina, you are studying, and imperative, udrusi, we remove the noun. The same thing happens in the negative imperative. We remove the noun. And of course, we have our la nahiya, which is your la of prohibition. Don't do something. So, la tadrusi. Once you've established the differences between the two, it becomes much easier because the ending is the same. So, imperative, we've removed the prefix, we replace it with alif. In the negative imperative, we start with the la of prohibition, and we retain the prefix from the of the present tense. let's look at once that's been established, as I said, it becomes very easy. The same ending, تدرساني أدرسا لا تدرسا. تدرساني أدرسا لا تدرسا. تدرسون أدرسوا لا تدرسوا. تدرسنا أدرسنا لا تدرسنا. Another template, تجلس اجلس لا تجلس. تجلسين اجلسي لا تجلسي. تجلسان اجلسا لا تجلسا. تجلسان اجلسا لا تجلسا. تجلسون اجلسوا لا تجلسوا. تجلسن اجلسن لا تجلسن. That is your imperative and negative imperatives explained and hopefully understood as well. Now, this is the conclusion or the end of our studies of Book 3, Gateway to Arabic Book 3. Inshallah, God willing, I try my best to teach you other books within the series. We have Book 4, Book 5, Book 6, Book 7, and the rest. And in between, we have many other topics and subjects that I can be teaching you as well. If you have any suggestion as well, don't hesitate to send it to me. You can use my email or just post the comments or suggestion below. The email is AAG Imran, that's a Alpha Alpha Golf Imran at Decon, that's a Delta India Romeo Charlie Orange November .co.uk. I also want to take this opportunity to thank few people that have donated